Welcome to our coverage of day two, the final day of the German poker days. €200, 300k guaranteed event here at the King's Resort and Casino in Rozvadov in Czechia. 1,852 entries, created a 309,580 prize pool. 45k 400 up top for the win. And here's our feature table. We're joining the action after the dinner break in day two. Stream is on a 30-minute delay and headlined by Siarhe Narozhny, just under 450k in recorded cashes, and this is actually his 200th recorded live result. So congratulations to him, quite a nice wee milestone. He starts the day on 42 big blinds there. Richard Hayes on comms, thanks very much for joining us on YouTube and Twitch. Please do let us know if there are any issues with the sound or anything. And yeah, let's get straight into the action. "40-minute blind levels. Blinds are 20,000, 40,000 with a 40,000 big blind ante. And here we go with the first hand. Folded to Narozhny on the button. And Jack 3 of diamonds. And he'll go for the min open. And player playing under a nickname Medic. Quickly gets rid of ace 9 in the small blind. Maybe a potential for 3-bet there. Khrushchev on less than 5 bigs. Cards haven't quite registered there, it appears. Oh, here we go. Oh, ace king of hearts. And has decided to go for the trap on the short stack, and it's worked out beautifully for him. Top pair, third pair for Narozhny. But he's going to go for the jam. Not sure. But going to get called off by Narozhny. And first hand, Khrushchev looking in great shape for a double up. Spade on the turn would be interesting. Narozhny with 21% equity at the moment. And there is that spade. Bumps him up to 32%. And there we go, runner, spades. And Khrushchev looks like he can't believe what he's seen. First hand, immediate bust out. And a short spell at the feature table for Martin Khrushchev, unfortunately for him. And Narozhny enjoyed that one. by the looks of things, and why not? And rocket for Fisher. Under the gun 1. Fisher, player at the table with second highest total amount of live recorded tournament scores. All figures courtesy of the Hendon Mob. Sitting on 53k. But doesn't look like he's going to get any action there. Much to his disappointment. And he's going to show them. So yeah, coming back from the dinner break with 185, 10% of the field through to day 2, 12.5% in the money, in cash, worth €400, and everybody locked up €600 at the moment. And round in Narojny again, and he'll open up the ace-6 off in the hijack. The Deke with the same hand suited in the cutoff. Saw him fold ace-9 from the small blind against the button open from Narojny in the first hand. Worked out well with big blind waking up with ace-king behind him. But get out of the way, and second hand in the books for Narojny. His biggest cash, 54k, here at Kings back in 2018 in the Party Poker Million 5th place finish. €500 buy-in. Open with Queen Jack from the cutoff. And Dieter come in with a 3-bet with the dominating King Jack from the button. And wisely gets out of the way. Just 2 seconds. I just need to reload a link. Be back in 2 seconds. It's like with sevens on the button, nice hand to wake up with. And Fisher's come in with the cheeky 3-bet with 10-4 off from the small blind, showing himself to be capable of some tricks in these later positions. And Milan Donansky in the big blind, ace-5 off. Gets out of the way, and Senzik makes the call. Fisher went very small with that 3-bet. But a pretty ugly looking flop for Senzik, and continuation bet from Fisher will probably get this done, but goes for the check. And Senzik fires out a bet of 150, wants to get that done there, and takes it down. And potentially missed opportunity for Fisher there. But yeah, interesting. Choice of hand to go for the 3-bet there from the small blind. So we'll see if that's a sign of things to come. Could be some fireworks to watch out for there. Certainly a small blind versus button. Don't mind seeing the odd light 3-bet. And Dieterer with the ace-10. Sticks a mountain of chips in, but it looks like it's only a min raise 80,000. And Fisher calls on the button with ace-2 diamonds. So heads up to a flop. Seven, 6, 6. Fisher's going to go for the smallish c-bet 1/3, 85, 340,000. Persuade Fisher, no backdoors. Better 1.2 million. Average stack around about 1 million out of the stream. So 50 bigs, 40-minute blinds, plenty of play in this one. Always really good structures at kings. Gamefall, last time you watched poker, it was a 14-hour sitting. Yeah, was that the German Poker Days Mystery Bounty one a couple of weeks ago? That was 13 hours or so. I don't think this will be that long. I think that one had about 160 or something like that whenever we started the stream. So, but yeah, we'll see. I think we're in for a pretty decent stint anyway. So, plenty of poker action coming up, hopefully. And here we go. Dieterer opening the second hand in a row, ace jack, and Fisher with 3-bet from the cutoff with the ladies, pocket queens. Fisher has almost double Fisher's stack. And ace jack, one of those awkward hands whenever you get three bet out of position and decides not the spot he wants to take. And Fisher's been busy first few hands, and I think that's the first one he's won. So he'll be happy enough with that. So he would have wanted some post flop action, but he's happy enough. Oh wow, you stuck it out the whole way, did you, Haimfall? That's amazing. Very much appreciate that. Yeah, no, I don't think I saw much of Monday the day after. And Dederer picked up another nice hand, King Queen of Hearts. Very pretty. Cut off with the low suited ace two of hearts. There's opened decent looking hand and has been three bet and very disciplined. Decides to get out of the way. Been marginally behind there, but King Queen probably plays slightly better post flop, but a nice play for Nancy there. And he did it very big there, 150, almost 4x. Unfortunately, that's going to result in no action, and yep, it's far too big there. It just narrows people's calling range too much. And they're just relying on somebody else basically waking up with almost premium really, in terms of the 4x. Reasonably early position open. Stuff like King Queen doesn't look that great in the face of that kind of size. So just a very high likelihood that you're going to be met with everybody sending their cards to the muck, exactly as happened there. And then see what he does with sort of future sort of middle of the road hands, but you're not going to want 4x King Jack or King Queen or stuff like that. So out. Let me just double check see if it's coming up on YouTube. But 45,400 up for the win. Everyone's locked up €600 or so, unless a pay jump has just passed recently. Second place is €24,700. So we're looking at a 19,000 odd heads up match in due course. Spot at the final table is 3,600, and it's a €200 buy-in, 300k guaranteed, and fantastic flop for Zach in the big blind. Tens, Queen 7 of diamonds, Queen 6 against Rosley in the big blind. Sorry, on the button. Rosley continues with the range bet, perfectly trying to attack these paired boards with small bets, and I'm not sure what Zach has done there. He's just check ripped his 21, 22 big blind stack with the trip queens, and lost customer. Really would have preferred to have seen check call there, keeping all the bluffs. It's so unlikely you're going to get called by anything worse. I mean, maybe you get heroed by stuff like tens or jacks every so often, but prospect of the button, and especially an aggressive player like Rosny. Certainly going to be opening the button pretty wide off his nearly chip leading stack. So yeah, maybe a missed opportunity for Zach to let Rosny do himself some damage there, but Bonansky coming in with 3 bet. Queen over Fisher's 5 open. And another return to ace jack and out of the way. And he's had Broadway hands in spots where he's felt the need to get rid of them. Away as well. The second 3 bet in a row get through for Bonansky. 2 million. He's a chip leader. $6K in total tournament results for him. Total live tournament results. And yeah, that guy getting chips into the middle. Thanks for joining us on YouTube. And Rocket for the of a gun, you might think it's a range that if you have a gun open, you might think it's a range that if you grip it, there's a reasonable chance you're going to get called. But you just go for come on, all inside. Very small, 100K. Me in these situations, it's just so strong. And gun open, empty big blind stack, min, 3-bet. Ends like looks interested in 7 of clubs in the big blind. Take the call and Fisher as well, and is the beat going to be made to regret a small size, maybe going 3-way. Second pair for 10-6, and looks like the beat may well get a customer here. Leads out to 150 if he gets out of the way. Much more, 170. So yeah, placed himself in. Bad news. And,
6 of clubs. Make it
yeah,
20.
club would make things better from the beat.
Der first of 4 and then 6.
5 of clubs.
Ich hab schon 2 gefunden. Ah ja. Kings? Guck mir an. Ihr seid doch nicht cool, ihm das zu
So
sagen, weil
21 and actually for
ja, das ist bestimmt nicht
person
aber ich weiß gar nicht.
create a great card from the beat.
Ich halte es ihm zurück, bis der Showdown vorbei ist und
And all gone to double up now.
Thrill rauszunehmen.
For the diamond. Confirms it's headed his way and onto nice even millie.
Nice hand.
Merci.
Big.
Macht's wirklich play.
So yeah, got max value in the end. All 3-bet guys worked out for him. If you had saw that turn, he probably would have paid him off as well, but no such luck. Hi Bird, thanks for joining us. Some sound issues, is there? Let me see if I can get a refreshed link. try and refresh things here. So be back in 2 minutes. Okay, hopefully that will find us recorded. Let me know if that's better. That 10 stream straight. Good man. Either than the ace 2 suited under the gun. With the sound issues, folks, we're going to try another refresh here. Okay, hopefully that has correct matters. Um, Let me know if things are any better. Small gremlins hopefully ironed out now. That's fantastic. I do apologise. Here under the gun, taking an ace 10 of diamonds, and Medic open up with another nice hand, ace queen in the next seat. Goes to the flat call, taking a cautious approach against a player who covers him quite substantially. Nice booter. Haven't seen him in action yet. Wake up with a nice hand in the big blind, king 10 of hearts. Got a great price, goes three-way to the stop, and couldn't stop much better than that. Top two pair, second pair from the Rosley, got shot from the beat. So this could definitely get interesting. The Rosley continues one third bet, 100k. This hand, so I'm just going to do a complete restart of things. Um, so it may disappear for 5 minutes. And Reader just goes for the check jam, and the Rosley the reluctant call, and drawing very thin. The Rosley 17%, going to need an ace. One is already gone, two out. Jack maybe to pick up some clean out to the straight, and Jack on the turn indeed. Looks like only two queens in play, and the ace on the river. Brutal. The booter and the rich get richer. The Rosny moves to 2.3 million. Nothing Mateus can do about that. And we'll be back in 5 minutes. Or I'll be back in 5 minutes. The stream will be continuing. While I try to close these down. So,
Yeah, I don't blame you. No, no, no.
Well,
absolutely.
it gets really done dirty.
Yeah. First runner flash now.
And yes, I had a queen. But it was still a bad call, I think. please.
Good luck, my friend. Good luck. I need it.
Goal is not to hit too far ahead. Less than 600.
Hi, folks. So sorry about those sound difficulties. Hopefully that has improved matters. Being informed the sound is much better now, so hopefully that is the case for everybody. Johan, I wish it was as easy as my mic being muted. Unfortunately not. No, some technical gremlins, but hopefully that's been sorted now. And another rough river gives Fisher the one card flush to send Medic to the reel with two pair. And the rivers have not been kind so far.
Also er 2 plus.
Fisher picks up that pot, but suitably relieved. And Stenzik gone for the limp here with King Jack in early position. Folded round Zach in the big blind with 3-2. Dusty hand. Sometimes you want to raise these bottom of the range hands, but I don't think against a early position limp. Zach will take the flop. Top pair for Stenzik. Tough to see how he gets any money out of Zach, but we'll have to wait and see. $150. Almost pot size bet, and that's not going to get any action. So Stenzik takes a small one down there. Mike is gone again. Okay, all right. I'll see. I'm very, very sorry about this. We have our technical guys on it. Donansky, King Jack of Hearts. Blinds have went up to 25, 50k, 50k big blind empty. And goes from the raise to 100. Pepper with it in three clubs in the big blind.
Point is, this one is 20er Zeit.
I get it out of the way. 1 angle so far with Romansky. 3-bet. And there, and no action in any of them.
Good job, guys. You made it. 400 plus 400.
And Federer in the small blind, folded round.
Endlich bin ich auf Null.
Finally
Finally
big.
at zero.
Ich bin das Klappe bloß. Weil du nicht, oder sind wir jetzt 20%?
Side to go. 7-4. Into 10. And flush draw for Federer. Third pair for Torsten. Being trampled. Federer. Small blind raised. He goes for the small bet, and Torsten just rips it in. 10 bigs. Surely Federer won't be folding with the nut flush draw. Behind. I think blind on blind. Torsten may put in the 3-bet with the ace-x3. Went for the black call. Did rip it in very quickly there, and persuaded Federer to fold. Not flush draw there. Interesting one. I would have been pretty happily calling there, but haven't seen him
Mine is here, right? Mine is here.
with anything worthy of getting involved in the game thus far. And new player at the table, Dan Leakoff. And the schoolmen for Federer picked up quite a few hands in these 22 hands since the stream started. Goes for the raise from the button, and Fisher not interested in Queen 3 in the big blind. Daniel on YouTube, Ryder are on fire. Yeah, no, he's picked up quite a few hands. He's actually had to end up holding quite a few nice hands. Hopefully, those are the sound issues sorted. Very sorry for that. I'm being told it's much better by our tech guys. Hopefully, it stays that way. And just in time for Narozny to wake up with rockets. Third time we've seen them at the start of this stream already, but I don't think there's been anybody with anything to play back at them. And Donansky here with King 4 off in the big blind. Early position open. Looks pretty ropey. And Narozny table the goods. And yeah, definitely Narozny looks to be the most experienced player, certainly in terms of prior result. First cash back in 2012. And yeah, a bit of a milestone for him. His 200th cash for this result. And here's Wheatoff. First time we've had a chance to see him in action with the pocket eights, middle position. And to Ryder in the big blind. 9-2 spades. Got to be feeling like he wants to get in the game. Has just had absolute dust at this stream table. So been very patient so far. He's 10 of hearts for Wheatoff. Makes it 115 to go. And rockets again, flying around the table. And this time they're with Zach. And perhaps this our duo hands where we will get to see some action with the rockets. From Zach. Makes it 325 to go. And don't think Wheatoff will be interested in this, but we'll see. Quickly gets out of the way. Nice hold from him. And is that going to show the rockets like Narozny? No. Sends them to the muck. And gives Wheatoff a nod of the head. And very good disciplined fold from Wheatoff there. Pretty looking hand, but just doesn't perform great against early position 3-bet range. 20 bigs behind, not deep enough to just flat. Finally has a hand, pocket nines on the button. Just under 20 bigs. He'll go for the min open. And Rosny in the big blind. He is 4. I think all options on the table here in terms of 3-bet flat. And he goes for the 3-bet. And Ryder, first hand he's played. Got to feel pretty good about the nines in this scenario. And he does go for the 20 big blind, 4-bet jam, and quick fold from the Rosny. And Ryder gets on the board, 1.3 million. And there are the current chip counts. Donansky still at the top, 1.9 million. Narozny not far behind him, 1.89. Stenzik, bottom of the standings, about 18 big blinds, plenty of room to play. A new player, Afshar Omidi, has joined us with 22 big blinds, just over 1.1 million. And yeah, Fisher's been quite active so far, and he's sitting in 3rd. The limp in those kind of middle positions with, he did it with King Jack earlier, those type of middling hands. And Wheatoff with 5s in the big blind. Very similar stacks. And looks like he's going to rip it. He's asked for the triangle, I think. No messing around. And, you know, this is strategies. Could could have seen a very different response from Wheatoff if Senzik had opened there. I think that probably becomes a defend. You know, you get to see a flop. You've got the aggressive action. You've got position. Whereas you limp, you're very much sort of leaving it open to the interpretation of each individual player as to how they're going to interpret that. I mean, they saw, well, I don't think, actually don't think it was shown, but the 4x aces from early position at the start of the stream. And Fisher now limp. Contagious with Jack 10 in early position. Narozny follows suits with the 4s on the button. And Zach in the big blind, 10-7 off, and he'll take the flop. So 3-way. And Narozny still ahead with the 4s, but pretty ugly looking board for him. He'll be most concerned about Fisher and his early position limp, but quickly check through to him. And he'll take a stab at it with position on the button. And Fisher with the gut shot. And looks like he's going to check call. And Narozny definitely won't like to see that. 5 of spades may just result in Narozny shutting down now. But he's going to barrel again. And Fisher finds a cheeky check raise. Quick fold from Narozny. And some street poker from Fisher. And it's worked very nicely for him. Yes, we're playing down to a winner today. We joined the action about an hour ago, which was just after the dinner break, with about 85 players left. And we're now down to 59. 45k up top for the win. Over 200 buy-ins, €200 entry. And Fisher's opened ace-9 under the gun 1 here. And Narozny gone for the 3-bet from the cutoff with king-queen. And these two have just tangled. And Fisher gets out of the way on that one. Yeah, Fisher moved over 2 million that previous pot. Narozny on 1.8. So both ticking along nicely. goes for the min open. And Zach with the suited connectors, 8-7 on the button. Right to get out of the way. And Torsten pocket 10. And he just immediately rips it. And Donansky makes the quick call. And off to the races we go. Donansky, actually a big favourite there. Must have been some 10s folded, perhaps. Ace in the window, ace 5-4, top of the table. Not going to go for the stand-up equity just yet. Might wait for the turn for that. 9 of clubs, and there we go. He's up out of his chair. And the ace on the river. Played itself, that one. And a very nice pot for Milan Donansky. Nice and neatly in 20s. Life easier for everybody. With a worse ace. And 10s again in the big blind, this time with Fisher. And he goes for the 3-bet. And Ryder quickly gets out of the way. And Fisher shows him the 10s. Always nice to know you got out of the way with only one overcard. Hi, Alta. Thanks for joining us. The gun here. Open, folded to the 3-bet in the last hand. And Donansky with the suited ace king again for the check. How does he want to proceed with this one? Very nice jacket, by the way. Loving that jacket. Nice and warm, sheepskin collar. And decides against the under the gun open. He's just going to rip it, but unfortunately for him, Ryder's at the bottom of his range and quickly gets out of the way. Into the blinds. Finansky, Jack 9 of club. Finansky, but favors his small blind limp range. Certainly more King X there. And then Ryder's big blind check range. Ryder will bet. See the diamonds on the turn. Picks up and down. He's going to go for the double barrel and to leverage that stack advantage. From 75 into 250. Nice size. Ryder dancing over. I don't think you're going to get much to read off Milan there. And Ryder finds the jam. And it's going to work. And gutsy play from Ryder with no diamond. That's going to work out very nicely for him. Well played, sir. Nice timing. top of the table from Donansky. That's probably the hand of the day so far. Raphael on YouTube. Sorry, on Twitch. You like that? Yep. Oh, nice. Yep. Yep. Very nice play. You sometimes go horribly wrong, of course.
Yeah, I need a beer.
But yeah, I think that got the heart rate pumping for Ryder there. Especially with no diamond. But worked out well for him. Nice timing. And probably, recognizing his image will probably be quite tight. Just hasn't had much to play with so far. So, and he is jacked. The Ryder 10 bigs. Blinds are up to 30-60k now. And he gets it in. Sorry, 12 bigs, 835. He's talking like nice out. And he gets it in from the hijack. And Ryder and Omidi. And Federer gets that one through. Round to the blinds. And Omidi 7-6 from Sweden. Not long at the table. Haven't seen him in action yet. And we'll go for the limp. And for Rajni, Jack 10 in big blind. So check back. Meaty hit the front for the second. K into 180. Rosny with quick call with the over card. To your heart. With the great turn for Omidi. Rosny gets out of the way in the face of the 150 double barrel. Meaty up the table, and he moves to 1.175, so just under 20 big. 8 on the button, ace 3. Goes for the 120 open. And Rosny looks like he's potentially thinking about making some moves with queen 3 off on the small blind. And he does go for the 3-bet. And he makes it 305, and it's going to be bad timing as Wheatoff wakes up with ace king of diamonds in the big blind. And easy 4-bet jam for him, less than 20 bigs. And we'll lead to quick fold. And he takes down a nice amount of dead money there. And yeah, so we can see from Rosny, he's definitely going to be looking to attack those button opens from the small blind. Certainly, whenever he covers the player. Him timing slightly awry there, but definitely good to see the dynamic of the small blind attacking button opens there. Could lead to some fireworks later on. And Detterer open up with ace jack again, and Rosny big flick gets it in for 1.3 million. I think this is maybe the third time Detterer's had ace jack, and every single time he's received some stiff resistance from somebody behind him. And each of the previous occasions, he's folded pretty quickly. 12 or 13 big blinds left behind. And has to get out of the way. Doesn't like it much, but it's a good fold.
Nothing.
Art down with 2 million. We make 180 to go. 3x. Folds, including a weak ace. Yeah, always a wee bit of suspicion whenever a player comes to the table and raises the first hand. But that Stack lets his hand go after Mark. Bit of the eagle eye. Working some interesting tattoos there. Off and 10 of spades. Out of the way, and that is fantastic timing because after has his Queen of Hearts in the small blind, and maybe this is finally a chance for him to put the pressure on other people. He does move all in 745,000. Over half of Wheatoff's remaining stack, and it's traded fold from Wheatoff. 9 and now. Yeah, perhaps just a bit too much. And quick dealer change. And yeah, bit of a United Nations table here. Nice to see so many different nationalities. 3 Germans, Czech, Austrian, Dutch, and Swedish, and Belarusian. And yeah, Donanski's had a good start. Stream picked up some nice hands. Federer bringing up the rear there on 17 big blinds, but no need to panic for him. And yeah, if you fancy getting yourself out to Kings before the end of the year, plenty of good stuff coming up. Barrett Poker Treasure Christmas Mystery Bounty, 1 million guarantee. Czech Poker Masters, 400,000 guarantee. And then start of the new year, the World Series Poker Circuit Stop, 3 million guarantee across the festival. So yeah, plenty of action.
No telling.
And a limp here from Meaty in early position with ace 5 of diamonds. Better with pocket sevens on the button. And he goes for the limp. I'm not sure I like that. Sort of 15 big. And Fisher pumps it up to 185k, 4-2 off in the big blind. I really think if you're going to be raising that kind of hand versus two limps, probably want to be going a bit bigger. But we'll see what kind of response this gets. The weird spot now, weird hand. Umidi decides to just call with around 12, 13 bigs behind after that. Federer, similar sort of 15 big stack size. He just calls with the sevens. And Queen 9-3. Saw Fischer go for the light 3-bet from the small blind and then didn't follow through with the c-bet on the flop when he missed. And same story here. And let's be fair, you're going to miss most flops before 2. Check through and Dederer binks the turn, set on the turn. And Fischer now is going to come out firing. $200K into 645. That gets rid of a meaty. Federer is loving life. And very nicely just goes for the call. Doesn't want to lose a customer here. And is Fischer going to triple barrel this with 4 high? Sorry, double barrel. He checked the flop. Excuse me. And he does decide to give up on it. Jack River does bring potential straight, but Federer not going to be concerned about those. And unfortunately for him, quick fold in the face of the all-in. But yeah, strange hand there. Night Bird, thanks for joining us. Freedom, thanks for joining us. What's the payouts? 45K for first place. €400 min cash from a €200 buy-in. And here's Ryder with the ace queen of hearts under the gun. Goes for the min open. Second place, €24,700. So looking at a roughly sort of 19,000 heads up match. But at the final table, 3.6K. And Federer with the ace king. And this could get very ugly for Ryder. And Federer goes for the 3-bet 360. 20 bigs behind for Ryder. Such a pretty hand. That can also be a tourney killer. Often find whenever a lot of chips are going in the middle pre, quite often it's crushed, and that proved to be the case here. and Ryder's going to need to get lucky. Does cover Detterer, so he'll have some left no matter what happens, but in trouble now. And Detterer in a very strong position here, 72% favourite. And Queen in the window, gut shot for Detterer.
He needs to wait. It's always the same.
First to the lip from him. Out flop. 3 of clubs, no help. Going to need king or a jack on the river. 5 out. And spades. Jump for the table from Ryder. And that's up 2.8 million.
I will never say anything again.
All of a sudden, very comfortably sitting near the top of the standing. Had a quiet start to the stream. Hard dead,
Better lucky than good.
but picked up a few hands. And he's got lucky there. And Detterer left with 305,000. 5 big blinds. And that's a tough one for him to take, but played itself. Meaty with pocket 8 under the gun. 12, 13 big blinds. Be happy enough to get that through. Top 10 in this also get a package worth €3,000 for the Kings Million Championship in March. And that's €250 buy-in, 1 million guaranteed main event, 6th of March to the 17th. So we'll have a sort of double bubble, a sort of final table bubble and a package bubble. And that'll definitely add some interesting dynamics, I'm sure. Jack, King Jack Club position. Stephen Afshar fan. Thanks for joining us on YouTube. Oh, sorry, there's another one in October, is there? Looked at the schedule and saw there was one in March. I assumed it was for that one, but looks like it's actually for 5 million guaranteed. Sorry, in October 2026, with a 1,150 euro buy-in main event. So yeah, big tournament. All these players, I'm sure, would be delighted to get into that from a 200 euro buy-in tournament. So 48 players left, not too far off it. And Ryder with King 10. Makes it 150 to go from the button. And Rosny, King 6, will defend. And nice flop for Ryder, up and down. Not much for Narozny on the Jack 9-8. We're at 110 by the looks of things there. And Narozny doesn't want to give up on this just yet. Get calls. And 7 of hearts on the turn does make Ryder the straight. And interesting, Narozny comes out with the lead. Perhaps is more 10x in the big blind defend range, but you know, be plenty in the button open range as well. And nice play from Ryder. Just going to call. And the Queen improves him further. King high straight. And is Narozny going to fire at this? Looks like he wants to from his body language. And oh dear. Oh, I thought he was going to move them everything forward there. 830,000 in the pot. And Ryder sitting with the absolute nuts. 265,000. Unfortunately, not going to get any more out of Narozny. Very unlucky in a way that Narozny has complete air in the way that he's played this. You've got to think there's going to be a fair amount of 2-pair. Some 10x for the worst straights. And yeah, unfortunately for him, it's only king high for Narozny. So Ryder storming up the standings. Chip leader now, 3.4 million. Gone on a bit of a heater there. Couple of big pots. Gets lucky with the ace queen against the ace king. And he's got to be feeling pretty good about life at the moment. 7 spades, middle position. First time we've really seen him in action since he sat down at the table. And Donansky now down into second in chips, I think. But still sitting with a very nice 2.5 million stack. Ace 9 of clubs. Been quite a few 3 bets from him, and he's going to continue in that fashion. 3-2-5, that looks like. And quickly folded back to Mark. And he gets out of the way. Yeah, that really is a fantastic jacket. I would love to know where he got that. I'm not sure I could pull it off, to be honest with you, but definitely suits him. And has looked nice and composed so far. Probably been the most aggressive player at the table, I would say. Certainly the most active in terms of 3 bets. And another suited hand for Mark, 10-9 of hearts. Ansky gets out of the way with 4s. And Wheatoff with a 3-bet jam with Queen Jack from the small blind. 20 big blinds exactly. And you would think that is going to work. And some nice dead money for Wheatoff there. And in a row for Mark. Going to go for the 3rd open, Ace 6. Let's see if it's 3rd time lucky for him. Wheatoff folds an ace, weak ace on the button. Zach gets out of the way in the small blind. And Detterer, the short stack, Queen 8. Enough for him to go. And Mark makes the quick call for 245,000. 60-40 spot pretty much. Detterer got unlucky in that Ace King against Ace Queen hand. And Detterer still ahead after King 10-7. Sorry, Mark ahead with the ace high. And turned the flush draw. But the Queen on the river keeps Detterer in it. And probably deserves that bit of luck. A after the ace-queen, ace-king hand earlier. Very nice turn for Mark. But Dederer gets there. And that puts him back up to just under 10 bigs. We've seen a few rivers change the outcomes of hands so far. Never over until it's over. And Fischer with king queen under the gun. And just goes for the limp. And Wheatoff with the ace-10. Did attack a limp from Fischer earlier. Was it from Fischer earlier? I think so, with pocket fives, jammed for 20 bigs over the limp. This one under the gun. Taking a different approach. Goes for the raise to 160. And we'll see how Fischer responds. And just quick fold. Last hand before the break. Maybe wants to get off. Interesting one there to finish the session. And Ryder has had a great last hour there. Up to 3.4 million, 57 bigs. 10 ahead of Donansky. And they've got a pretty good lead, 20 big blinds between Donansky and Uthoff. And Dederer bringing up the rear on 9 bigs. We'll be back in 14 minutes or so. Thanks very much, Johan, for your time today. Much appreciated. And we'll see you on the other side.
Two-ish big blinds.
It's a cruel game we play, Suckman. If he had found maybe a slightly smaller bet size, Chrissy puts a little more money in the pot, hands the hand with more chips in his stack. And then butterfly effect, every hand afterwards is different. He might have 6 million right now, instead he's sitting on 1.8. Obviously there's a lot of shoulda, woulda, couldas in there, but it just goes to show how fickle this game can be.
Yep. We have another call from him in the hijack. The other two limps, by the way, from early position. This one's a limp from the hijack, which is also a bit strange. Actually, they're strange, a little unconventional, I should say. Ooh. He does it with aces. Blom in the big blind with queen 10. Not going to fall for it. Says, let's see a flop.
Well done not raising there.
He doesn't even think about it.
Yeah. It is a hand that likes playing post-flop. If you were to ever see your opponent limp jam, it would be a bit of a disaster not to see the flop with a hand that pretty.
Well, he's got a flush draw. Cabral with the ace of spades.
Victor looks like he's going to lead here. It's not just because he has a flush draw, but also he's the big blind, so he knows 3-7-5 is a lot of me when I check back from the big blind. I can have 7-3 offsuit here. I can have 6-4 offsuit. I can have all of these strong hands that hit this board that my opponents will never, ever have. Maybe the small blind has a few of those.
Right, but to your point, Blom's got them all.
Mm-hmm.
And the small blind's out of the way now, and now it's just Cabral versus Blom. Ace is still best. Because of that, is this a triple barrel bluff?
It's certainly a double. You can see that. I think you have to be a little bit careful always bluffing rivers with the missed flush draw, assuming that the flush draw misses. Because you want your opponent to have the maximum number of flush draws themselves. Those are the auto folds. So whenever you're bluffing, you want your opponent to have all of those auto folds, the draws that missed. So you'd prefer to bluff with something like if he had, let's say, you know, Queen 6 of clubs. That'd be a great one to bluff with.
Free.
So you'd rather be bluffing with absolutely no equity whatsoever.
You got a double gut shot.
Right, good point. My bad.
The river, I mean, though. Oh.
Blom hits a pair.
That's a tricky card. Because when Cabral, when Cabral calls twice, you're actually getting quite thin if you were to pile it in with top pair.
So Blom hits top pair and checks. Cabral with less than a pot size bet remaining. Does he pile it all in?
$295.
He decides not to go all in. He just goes 295,000, giving his opponent a pretty good price. So it's, we'll call it 300,000 to win 1.6 million. Victor Blom getting more than 5 to 1. It does make the call, sees the bad news. And Martin Cabral back up to 2.8 million. Victor Blom down to 1.8 million. Blinds now, by the way, 40,000, 80,000. So Lena's stack starting to really kind of represent some desperate times for him, as he is now down below 10 big blinds. Victor Blom started this hand with 15 big blinds.
$4 million.
And Cabral, three betting. Victor Blom's going to gamble. See what Cabral has. Cards on their back. Victor Blom all in at risk for his last 1.29 million, and he's in pretty good shape.
He is in good shape.
Like you'd rather be up against aces.
Yeah. You certainly would.
Cabral with just 18% equity. Oh, one club? Oh. Got excited there for him for a moment.
Such a tease of a window card.
2.7 million in the pop. And Victor Blom looking for the full double, and he will get it. The river card irrelevant. Cabral drawing dead.
Heads up, all in. Tournament final. I had pocket nines. Lost.
Yeah, there's been, you know, a handful of significant pots, and Jesus has basically won all of them.
Yeah.
And then outside of that, Cabral's won everything else.
Yeah.
18 million.
And Cabral just says, let's go for all of it. He's going to make his opponent pick up a hand. Oh.
Yeah, and this should be far more than enough hand, I think, for a Sue. Here we go.
It's just 21 big blinds with an ace. Would Cabral play ace-king, ace-queen this way? Or would he play it a little, try to get induce action?
I think he would be inducing action with a lot of the aces that Asu is losing to. And I think he would shove
There's
some
a
of the
call.
aces that are worse. Here
Asu
we
has
go.
made the call. It's
This could be
ace-8
it.
versus 5s. Another monster pot, and each one of these monster pots has gone Asu's way.
What a call. I wouldn't call that.
I knew you had a small pair. I put you on a small pair. Makes,
Oh.
18 million makes sense with deuces, threes, fours, fives.
Okay, let's do that.
Let's do it. 18 million in the pot. If Cabral's 5s hold, it's over. And he will have won his 3rd bracelet. Otherwise, we continue on. There's an 8, but there's a 5.
Wow.
The 5 on the flop.
5 of clubs.
And Asu now drawing nearly dead. He needs running cards.
Bravo.
And that's it.
Wow.
The river irrelevant. Martin Cabral has won. The 50K no limit hold'em diamond high roller. And his 3rd World Series of Poker bracelet. You're watching the World Series of Poker Europe. We're at King's Resort and Casino. Presented by GG Poker. Jesse Sylvia, David Tuckman in the booth. Calling the action. Carlencho Alajan on the floor.
Some really cool names at this event. What was Hisu's first name?
Sirzat.
Sirzat Hisu. What a name.
Hisu.
What a name.
Jasného. Všechno jasného.
King 9 suited out of the small blind against the late position open. Decides against playing it. Foxen's got an ace in the big blind.
She's at least calling. Maybe some more nefarious plans. Wow, yes. Absolutely some more nefarious plans.
She says 510,000. So it'll be 350 back over to Chidwick if he wants to call.
These low offsuited aces, the king 4, king 5, king 6s, these are really nice traditional hands to 3-bet bluff from the big blinds.
Now this is where I think it gets interesting. I was curious what he was going to do. 9-8 suited, certainly a nice hand to play in position, but they're not deep at all.
No, they aren't. But he's getting a decent price. He does have position. Look at this flop.
Oh, wow. So he is
Look at this flop.
open-ended with the overcards. Chrissy's got a 5, plus she's got backdoor hearts.
Yeah, this could get quite spicy. I think this ends up going small bet and call quite often, but we don't know.
Oh, well, one thing we do know is one of these players is going to be up over 3 million chips when this hand is over.
At least 3 million.
Yeah.
Okay, we see a check from Chrissy. It's also very fair. How does Stevie want to play this? Betting is problematic because if you bet and your opponent shoves, you hate your life. So check makes a lot of sense here. The only problem with checking is unimproved, you're certainly not going to win at showdown.
And he does check. Oh, brutal river card, brutal turn card for Stevie, in the sense that there's no way that Fox is going anywhere now. Now he has to make a hand. And he went from having 14 out to 8.
Yeah. But let's put it this way, if he makes a hand.
If he does hit a jack or a 6, he's going to get paid. No doubt about it.
Yep. I can't imagine Stevie does anything besides call here. Shoving just seems a bit optimistic.
Yeah, especially once the ace comes off, right?
Yeah.
What story are you telling?
And also, you checked back in position. You represent a lot of ace-X yourself, and then Chrissy leads into it. I know you both have a lot of aces, but you really kind of have to respect that to some extent.
There's a call. 1.9 million in the pot.
God, the jack of
Stevie
diamonds
looking for a
would be
jack or a 6.
disaster.
It is not. It's an 8. He makes a pair. And 77 is a doozy. Foxen looking for value. Can she get any?
Very interesting decision point for her here, because shoving allows her to get value out of some hands that Chidwick would not shove for value himself. Potentially, if he has something like a 10 or a weak ace, he may hero off, but he may not jam himself if it checks to him. But if you check, there's a number of gut shots that Stevie could have turned. King Jack, King Queen, Queen Jack. Those sort of hands will bluff.
Well, Foxen goes for pretty much all of it. Does not get called. Has to turn in one-time extension card. She's now up to 3.4 million chips.
Hello and welcome back to our coverage of the final day of the German Poker Tours. A €200, 300,000 guaranteed event. €45,400 up top for the win. And here is our same lineup as before the break. David Reiter of Austria out in front, 3.4 million. Coming back to blinds of 40,000, 80,000. I assume it was 30, 60k before the break. And Ryder with a bit of a lead over Milan Donansky, 2.8 million. Dan Wiethoff of the Netherlands in third, just over 1.5 million. And Eike Detterer bringing up the rear there. He doubled up just shortly before the break from his very short stack. Got unlucky against Ryder. Ace King against Ace Queen. And 43 left now. Playing to a winner tonight. And everybody locked up €800. Next pay jump at 35th. Thanks for joining us on YouTube and Twitch. And yeah, do let me know if there's any reoccurrence of any of the technical gremlins we had earlier. Hopefully that's the end of those. Round to Fisher in the small blind, Ace King. Makes it 240 to go, 3x. And Donansky Jack 9. Those some good instincts getting out of the way there.
I didn't see it. My friend saw it. I didn't see it. Didn't know it yet.
There, but and Narozny has a think about ace 3 suited, but lets it go. And ace 8 of hearts for Benjamin Zach. Sub 10 big blinds. For the 3x open. Interesting off such a short stack, but will work out for him, gets that through. Also included in the payouts for the top 10 are packages worth 3,000 euros to the 5 million guaranteed Kings Million event in October. Round to Fisher in the cutoff, and he wakes up with pocket jacks. And again goes for big size, 300k, 3.8. And it just means the calling ranges are going to be so narrow, and quick folds from all the players behind him. Fisher very much seems like a sort of field player. Saw him limp fold King Queen earlier, last hand before the break. Do you think a 3.5x opens or raise? Saw him 3-bet 10-3, I think 10-4 from the small blind. So yeah, sort of potentially a difficult customer to try to pin down to any particular strategy. And Omidi just give up the 5-2. And Narozny wouldn't have been going anywhere with a hand like King 10 of diamonds in the big blind. walkies for him.
Diese seitliche, du musst die Korten da werden. Wird ein Fehler. Und weiter rechts. So, links. So zum Beispiel. Much better.
Kann ich auch alles hier rüberschieben. Bitte? Du kannst aber auch alles hier rüberschieben. Lass uns.
Du willst das wegbleiben, warte noch bis. Der gierig werden. Gierig werden.
Ja, die zwei brauchen für mich.
Ist noch mal. Wenn wir den.
I think 2 million at the moment. Only 7.5 bigs. So you would think there's going to be some pretty big clashes ahead. And Ryder met with a 3-bet jam from Rosny from the small blind with King Queen of clubs. Very nice hand. The 3-bet jam against the cutoff open with 15 bigs. And Ryder's going to ask for the count. 13 bigs to call. 38 bigs behind. I think Ace-9 probably not quite strong enough, but probably does appreciate Rosny is going to be jamming all that sort of King, Queen, Queen, Jack suited type of hands, but decides wait for a better spot. I think yeah, Ace-9 just not quite good enough. Jack 8 of diamonds for Umidi in the cutoff, and he rips it in just under 9 bigs. And that'll probably be enough to get through Zach's Queen 8 in the big blind. So decent enough pickup for Umidi there. He'll be happy enough to get that through. Type of hand that if you get called by Ace X, King X, potentially still have decent equity. Get called by some pairs you're flipping with 7s and below. So good to see him taking that opportunity from the cutoff. And Fisher with 10s now. And goes for 3.8 size again. Let's see if anybody wakes up with anything. 2's not going to be good enough. smile from Detterer in the big blind. Not sure if he's looked at his cards yet, but looks like it. And he gets his short stack into the middle. Ace-7 of clubs. And Detterer's going to need to connect with this board to stay alive. Single overcard against the 10s. And that is a pretty good start. Flops the flush draw. King of spades. Pairs the board. 27% for Detterer. And the 10 of spades gives Fisher a full house. Unlucky for Detterer. Got unlucky in big hand earlier against Ryder. Ace King against Ace Queen. And he's got unlucky again there. So not much he could do. And hopefully he's happy enough with deep run. Over 1,800 entrants. And down to the last 42 here, 41. Inching closer to that 45k for first place. And juices for Omidi. And into the middle it goes again. And Narozny snap rejams the ace queen behind him. And Omidi definitely won't like to see that. And quick fold from Mark in the big blind. And Omidi's flipping. He'll be very pleased he's not against a bigger pair. And let's see if he can dodge stuff here. And Queen in the window puts Narozny well ahead. And Omidi needs to find a 2-outer now. And the ace of diamonds gives him outs to the flush, up to 8 outs now. What a turn that is. But the 8 of spades is a brick. And that's the end of Afshar Omidi. 2 quick knockouts from the feature table. And he has to head to the payout desk. That's Narozny up to 29 big blinds or so. And yeah, very sweaty turn for Narozny there. Didn't need to improve. Gave him 2 pair, but gave his opponent outs to the flush. It's never easy, eh? And Donansky opens the suited connectors. 9-8 of hearts under the gun. Against Fischer's King 4. Quick dealer change there. So Ryder still at the head of the pack at this table. 38 big blinds. Donansky just behind him. Narozny up into third after that elimination. And Zach, the short stack at the moment. 10 big blinds. And he'll be hoping to pick up a spot where he can get that in soon. Back in the cutoff. Hands haven't quite registered the last couple of times. Not sure whether that's an issue with his placement or slight issue with the graphics, but Queen, early position, 17 bigs. And Zach with the pocket queens. Hasn't really had much of a chance to get involved yet. But looks like a really good spot for a potential double up for him. And 70,000. And Wheatoff asked for the count. Always find it a wee bit concerning whenever the all-in player starts counting it out for you. Normally an indication that they're pretty strong, but ace-queen, just too much of a hand to fold off 17 bigs against a 9 big blind shove. And Zach looking in good shape for a double up here. And great spot, great flop for Zach. 7-5-2, all spades. Zach with the queen of spades. Takes out some of Wheatoff's outs. and down to 2 outs for the river, and Wheatoff can't find it on the 4 diamonds. So there is a double up for Zach. And he'll be hoping that's the start of some momentum building for him. Been pretty card dead so far. And Wheatoff left with just under 8 big blinds. 38 players left now. And Wheatoff's gone for a wee stroll there. Maybe clear his head a wee bit. But nothing he could do about that, really. Game hand for Wheatoff, and straight into the middle from under the gun, and let's hope it's some better luck for him this time. Would be funny if Zach woke up with queens again, wouldn't it? But doesn't look like it. And round to the big blind, and can't do anything with Jack 5. And a couple of big blinds back for Wheatoff. Coming up soon, 35. 1,080 euro payday guaranteed if you make it that far. Not a huge jump, 280 euros, but still a buy-in. And Fisher 3.2 with ace 10 of hearts from the hijack. And Wheatoff gets out of the way with not much in the big blind. And 10 from the hijack. And that gets out of the way with 10-8. Yeah, I feel like Donansky's been sort of quite active in terms of pre-flop action, but don't feel like we've really got to see him play much post-flop. He had that one blind on blind spot where he double barreled with not much, and Ryder jammed the turn with the up and down. But I feel like apart from that, haven't really seen him play post-flop yet. People just been folding to his 3-bets. And Narozny, King Jack in the cutoff. And that's just a raise and take as well. The diamonds folded from Donansky. We saw him open 9-8 of diamonds under the gun earlier, but 8-7 gets different treatment. And Queen Jack of spades for Zach on the button. Lovely hand to pick up. Just have this sort of very deliberate manner of raising, sort of announces it and then takes quite a while before counting out the chips and actually putting them into the middle. And Mark quickly gets ace-9. Three-bet jam from the small blind, just over $1 million. 13 bigs. Zach just covers him. Hand. Smiling at Mark, trying to get some kind of indication of what he might have. We can see Zach's actually the favourite here. But decides to wait for hopefully a better spot. It's a tough one, that. Such a quick action from Mark. Not a hand that you're ever going to feel fantastic about calling off a 3-bet jam with, but you know, we are going to be against 10s, 9s, 8s, 7s. A reasonable amount. Here with the 7-2. And Donansky Jack 2. But Fisher's big size. going to work in his favour, and he shows it. And it's a shame they're not playing a cash game. No 7-2 game in play. Donansky smiling to himself. And Narozny with rockets under the gun. The 7th time maybe we've seen somebody wake up with aces, but barely any action. Let's see if this one's any different. Jack 10 of hearts for Fischer. And he'll make the call. Ryder gets out of the way with 8-6 in the big blind. So heads up. Let's see if this flop can bring some carnage. 7-7-9, gut shot for Fischer. And Narozny goes for the check. Good card for Fischer, up and down now. And that may well keep him interested. But quick fold against a 250 bet. And Narozny shows him the goods. Interesting that there was absolutely no consideration of peeling the river with the up and down there. I think, yes, we were maybe discussing earlier on, Fischer seems very much a sort of field player. Will sort of play hands on gut feeling, I think. And Jack 8 for Donansky on the button. In the big blind. All options on the table there in terms of a 3-bet or a call, but decides to go for the call. And very interesting flop. Top pair for Narozny, second pair for Donansky. Check through. And Narozny's going to hope to get some chips into the middle. Leads out with a bet of 200,000. Just under half pot. And Donansky makes the call. And 9 of clubs. 2 pair for Narozny now. Goes for 325 into 840. downsize bet compared to the turn. And it's going to get paid by Donansky's fourth pair. So nice play from Narozny there, gets the max. And that's him up to 3.6 million, 46 big blinds. And probably the new table chip leader, I think. I think he's ahead of Ryder now. Ski. And threes for Ryder. Has a glance behind him. Stack sizes in the blinds. And decides to go for the call. And both blinds, sorry, small blind gets out of the way, but Wheatoff getting a decent price, decides the flat off his 6 big blind stack and hits the front on ace 7-4, and he decides stick it in the middle, hope nobody's got an ace, and on this occasion he's quite fortunate to be correct against 2 players, but this should work, you would think. Ryder is going to ask for the count. Some backdoor straight potentials for Ryder maybe, but with 4th pair, surely not. And he does get out of the way. And that works out quite well for Wheatoff. 12 big blinds. And yeah, showing there that there isn't necessarily only one option whenever you've got, you know, 5.8 big blinds in the big blind facing a raise. Only player over 3 million. Ryder fallen back a wee bit, 2.4 million. Fisher in 3rd, just over 2.1. And then Wheatoff, 10 big blinds at the bottom, but a bit more room to breathe after that last hand. And new player Ahmad Aslami has joined us, playing 1.55 million, 16 bigs. And Donansky will open the ace-10 here. Ryder gets out of the way with ace-7. And another new player, Marco Wilch, 5.1 million, 51 bigs. So he comes in as the chip leader and immediately goes to work with the 3-bet. And wow, Narozny with the queens behind him. Welsh makes it 460. Narozny goes for 1.1 million. Easy fold for Donansky, and Welsh quickly follows suit as well. Just having a glance around, looking at the stacks. Straight into the action there. Be a bit off-putting getting a table move, and especially to a streamed feature table. And Wheatoff wakes up with a nice hand on the button. Ace-7 of hearts. Good enough for 930k to go into the middle. Zach making him sweat a bit with Queen-9, but don't think he's really contemplating calling here. Just making Wheatoff sweat a bit, I think. And Aslami with pocket 5s and makes a quick call. So flip time. In 4 flop. Backdoor hearts. And there's the ace on the turn. And Aslami flipped to 2 outs, 3%. Wheatoff sat back down. And the 8 of spades sends Wheatoff to double up. Aslami left with 12 bigs. And yeah, plays itself really. We're down to 36 now, last 4 tables of 9. And there's the state of play. Mirko Wilsh just sat down. Had to 3-bet fold against Narozny's queens, but he still leads the way on 4.6 million. Narozny just behind, 4.52. Ryder and Fisher quite a way behind. Those two on 2.4 million, quite close together with Wheatoff on 20 bigs. And yeah, all quite tight really amongst that bottom half. Zach with 10 bigs. Doesn't need to panic either. And for Zach on the button, I think he has asked for the triangle, and yes, does move all in. And as Lamy, Queen Jack of clubs, too good from the small blind. Mark quickly gets out of the way, and Zach at risk here. Not in terrible shape. 2 live cards. And let's see how this one turns out. Pair for Zach. And trips and just leaves Aslami drawn dead. And Aslami left with crumbs, 2.8 big blinds. Played 2 hands at the feature table and has got unlucky in both of them. And yeah, what a dream turn for Zach. Just leaving him drawn dead, swept free. But yeah, Aslami left with 2.8 big blinds. Very unfortunate there. Ami not enjoying his stint at the feature table so far. Played the ace-3 suited under the gun, and Narozny's woken up with another nice hand, ace-king of spades. absolute dust for Aslami. And Fisher, King Jack of Hearts. Oh, and he just ripped it, has he? Oh dear, dear, dear. And he's not going to like what he sees. And wow, that happened so quickly. £4.2 million pot. And Hart, a good start. Wow, what a flop. 10-9-8. 60-40 now. And there is the Queen. Fisher. What a dream turn. And Narozny, all of a sudden, 3 outs. And can't find them on the 10 of Club River. Wow, what a hand. Fortune favours the brave. And yeah, you feared for Narozny after that flop, didn't you? Just sort of felt it was only going one way. So fortunately for Narozny, he had a stack that could take some damage. Still 25 bigs behind. Very experienced player. Don't think that will faze him too much. We'll just adjust and get down to playing a 25 big blind stack. Fisher up to 42 bigs. Blinds now 50, 100, 100,000. 4.2 million. And yeah, it was just the speed of that. It was just an immediate all in from the big blind. Right. And Zach with the 7 of hearts from the hijack. And Fisher in the small blind. Donansky, King 8 in the big blind. And decides he can't defend that off 16 bigs. Thanks from Zach to the reel there. And another suited ace. Ace 6 of clubs this time. And Aslami will make the move with 9-7, 2.8 bigs. Oh, and Ryder does have a hand in the big blind. But Aslami not in terrible shape. Can he start a spin up here? And that is not a good start for him. Ace 4-2. Ryder has diamonds covered as well. And that is the end of Aslami. Unlucky for him. Got unlucky in two hands. And there's Ryder up to 28 bigs now. Be somebody who's perhaps at the start of their poker career. 1K in recorded live results on Hand and Mob. Of course, could potentially be an online player. But yeah, seems solid so far. And two players with ace queen here. And Fisher
One time, dealer, one time.
just rips it again for 42 bigs. 25 big blinds effective against Narozny. And Narozny free rolling the clubs here. Of course, there's two potential flushes Fisher could hit. But very much looking like a chop at the moment. And yeah, chop it up, no hearts. Fisher with the wrong kind of red. Everybody seeing the funny side of that one. Ace Jack of diamonds for Mark. It's enough to persuade him to put his 13 big blind stack into the middle. And Wilsh with Ace 10 in the small blind. 13 bigs, maybe a bit much. And does get out of the way, as does Narozny. Fancy coming out to Kings yourself and maybe getting on this feature table. Have a look at the schedule that's coming up. Loads of big tournaments. I think it barely stops for Christmas, to be honest with you. I think it's pretty much 24/7 the entire year. World Series of Poker circuit stop to kick off the new year, and a few festivals to finish it as well. Ace King for Mark, second hand in a row. But he quickly gets it into the middle. Showed the Ace Jack last time. Fisher does ask for a count with Ace 7. Ansky with Ace Jack, 15 big blinds. And finds a good fold. And I think does Mark show that again? Not sure you necessarily want to be showing every hand you're jamming with, but Danansky sees he has made a good fold. Fisher, I don't think he was ever really seriously contemplating Ace 7. Things. Looks like Wheatoff's going to raise Jack 4 from the small blind. Goes for 3.1, and Zach does have an ace in the big blind. Ace 4 has Wheatoff completely dominated. how much Wheatoff has behind. Back. He's going to make the call. A nervous smile from Wheatoff as Zach stares him right in the face. Up and down, sorry, gut shot for Zach. Jack high for Wheatoff, but he's going to go for the range C-bet. And I would like to see Zach stick around here. Ace high is going to be good a lot. Does have the gut shot. But decides to let it go. And Wheatoff will be very pleased to pick that one up. And I think blind on blind there especially, like you definitely can peel a turn there with ace high and the gut shot and, you know, reassess. You've got position. I mean, I'm not saying the fold is terrible or a massive mistake, but you know, probably an indication there of how somebody's going to approach things overall. And Wilsh with the Cowboys. Haven't really seen a chance for him to get involved yet since he sat down. Goes for the 3x. And Wheatoff with a suited ace-9 on the button. Gets out of the way. Fortunately for him. Wilsh with just under 27k in recorded live results. Biggest cash, 8.7k in a WSOP circuit PLO event. That was in 2017. All figures courtesy of the Hendon Mob. And Zach with the suited ace on the button. Nice hand to open. Down to 31 players now. Oh wow, folds. Yeah, I'm not sure I like that. I think 19 bigs is absolutely fine to open ace 4 suited off there from the button. And maybe perhaps in conjunction with that that blind on blind confrontation, perhaps some signs that Zach maybe approaching this one slightly too tight. Spades for Ryder under the gun. Goes for the min open. And this is interesting. Pocket eights for Zach in the cutoff. Goes for the flat call. And Fisher with sevens in the small blind. And what, Donansky with sevens as well in the big, really? Wow. Key. Goes for the 3-bet jam from the big blind for 14 bigs. We can see he definitely won't be hitting a set. Can he get a better pair to fold? Can he get 2 suited overcards to fold? Decent chunk of money in the middle already with an open and 2 calls. And a tough spot for Ryder under the gun. And he does get out of the way. And oh my goodness, if Zach could see the hands that he was against, he wouldn't be able to get his chips into the middle fast enough. I'm not sure what Zach's going to do here. I think he does sort of lean on the tighter side generally. I wouldn't at all be surprised to see a fold here. And he's going to be so sick whenever he sees Van Fisher just snaps it off, and he's going to be so sick whenever he sees this Zach. I mean, the eights certainly don't look amazing against that action. Under the gun open, 2 flats, jam from the big blind. You've got to think the big blind's 3-bet jam range against under the gun is going to be reasonably tight. And yeah, Zach must just be sick as a dog whenever he sees this. the wonderful thing. But yeah, it would have been a huge pot for Zach there. But couldn't find the call. Now for Zach, a run of sort of annoying middle of the road hands. Fisher just limps the juices from the button. Definitely prefer to see a raise there, but we'll see how it works out. Ryder with 4-3 of clubs in the big blind. And he'll knuckle it back. Glance and a smile at each other. Pretty decent flop for Fisher with the 2 of hearts. 3 overcards, obviously. Gut shot for Ryder, but he won't like those hearts. Quickly check through. Fisher still good. Nine of clubs pairs the board. Ryder will lead out. Fisher quickly calls. And another 9 on the river. Full house now for Fisher. Air for Ryder, but is he going to bluff this now? Sort of hard to represent the 9 now with 3 of them being out there. Can have the 7, can have the 5, limp pot. Into 750 and fair play to Ryder, but Fisher I think has found the quick call there. Yep, good call from Fisher, and bluff catches there. So Fisher now building up a head of steam. 5.3 million, 45 bigs, 6 big blinds clear of Welsh. Donansky has gone from table chip leader a couple of hours ago to bottom of the pile now, 13 bigs. And yeah, top 2 with big lead over the rest of the table. A double up between second and third. So you would think they'll be sort of looking to avoid pots against each other if they can help it. and really looking to pressure these short stacks pre. And Fisher waking up with a decent hand. You see the hearts in the cutoff. Fisher goes for quite a big c-bet, 300 into 420, and turns the 2 pair with the ace. And that looks like almost a pot-sized bet. 1 million into 1.020. And Welsh gets away from that nicely. And Fisher on a bit of a roll. A couple of nice hands in a row there. Not deep enough to play the Queen 9 of clubs. And Ace 10 for Ryder on the button. 13 bigs, interesting stack size. Could get behind a jam, can get behind an open. It's going to go for the 1 chip left behind. And neither of the blinds have anything that can withstand that kind of heat. Both had suited cards, but pretty weak hands overall. Nansky. Things have been going backwards for him recently. He'll be hoping this is the start of things going in the right direction. Again, that awkward 13 big blind stack size. And yeah, I thought he said 1.5 million there, and that's what he's gone for, essentially. And all in. And Wheathoff quickly gets out of the way with Queen Jack in the big blind. To 28 now, we're on a pay jump from 1,080 euros to 1,400. And I think that's Zach possibly being moved to balance the tables, looks like it. So best of luck to him. It's for Fisher under the gun. Welsh folds ace-8. Wheathoff. Small blind. And Mark. Goes for the 3-bet from the big blind. Ace-8 off. Interesting size, 3.9 versus an under the gun open. Sort of mediocre hand like that. I'm not really sure what. And wow, it's worked though. Worked out nicely for him. Very small price. Mark there. Button for Wheathoff. Moves all in. And Fisher snap folds the ace-9. And Wheathoff will be pretty happy with that result. Avoids the flip. he's going to get any action. Hansky having a think though. But does get out of the way. Mark in the cutoff. Makes it 280,000 to go. And decent enough hand for Ryder in the big blind. Jack 8 of clubs. Blinds now 60,000, 120. 120 big blind ante. And Ryder will defend. And gut shot and backdoor flush draw for Ryder. Ace high for Mark, but he's going to go for the c-bet. $280 into 740. And we saw Ryder check jam the turn with an up and down earlier on. Actually, no, sorry, it was blind on blind and he jammed the turn and didn't check jam it, sorry, but and he's going to stick around for a turn. And ace gives Mark top pair. No club for Ryder. So I would think this is probably the end of his involvement in the hand if Mark goes for the bet on the turn. Ryder hasn't checked yet though, does now. And very quick from Mark, 450. And quick fold from Ryder. I think if that was the ace of clubs, might have been a different story, but Rosny under the gun, and we toff with the Rockets. A. Back to Narozny. Has a look at Wheatoff's stack. And gets out of the way. Money jump, 28th to 27th. €320. Thanks for Wheatoff now under the gun. King 10 of diamonds for Ryder. Gets out of the way. And Narozny defends Queen 6 in the big blind. Hit 5. Pretty decent looking flop for Wheatoff. And quick check fold from Narozny to small c-bet. Hi, I'm Umberto on YouTube. Yeah, payouts. 45k, 400 for first. Second is €24,700. Spot at the final table, €3,600. Top 10 also get a 3,000 package to the King's Million event coming up in October. And at the moment we're on a pay jump between 1,080 for 28th and 1,400 for 27th. So yeah, over 200 buy-ins for first. Pretty chunky first place prize for €200 buy-in. $300,000 guarantee, and prize pool ended up just a shade over 309,000. Although that guarantee does include the 10 3,000 seats. But yeah, over 1,800 runners. playing down to a winner tonight. And yes, just a wee bit of a issue with the graphics on this hand, I'm afraid. I'm sure it'll be only limited to one hand, hopefully. Trying his best to pass on some kind of message to somebody on the reel. Your limps, Ace 10 under the gun. Beat-off completes in the small blind with 8-7. And Mark checks Ace 10 as well. So another hand with two players with the same holding. Hand wheat off. Trip sevens. Improves to a full house. And now may well get some money out of these players thinking they're playing the board. Confused look from Fisher, and he's going to pay the man. And yeah, says fair enough, can't beat that. And a quick dealer change. Fisher out in front, just over 5 million, just over 42 bigs. And Ryder was chip leader a couple of hours ago, but down to the bottom of the standings. 9 big blinds. And the Rosney's been sort of up and down, sitting on 18 bigs. And another player who has had a spell at the top of the standings at this table, but now finds himself on a sub 15 big blind stack. With Ace Jack of clubs, unfortunately for him.
genieten. Je moet die stream echt goed in de gaten. Kijk dan.
Still on 28, been at 28 for quite a while now. Opening ace-5 from the cutoff. Donansky, jack-9, almost precisely same situation the last orbit. Defend this time. Shot for Donansky. Wheatoff still good with ace high. And he'll go for the c-bet. $150k and 2 overcards and the gut shot. Donansky wants to see a turn. And Wheatoff picks up a pair. Might see him check back now with some showdown value. And he does check it back, but doesn't get punished by the Queen of Clubs river. And is Donansky tempted to bluff at this now as a result of that check back on the river? Queen definitely favours Wheatoff's cut-off range, open range more. But potential opening here, and looks like he's going to go for it. 990 in the middle. Looks like he's going to go quite small, maybe making it look like pure value bet. 450, half pot. Sorry, about 40%. And Wheatoff finds the call. And takes him a wee while to realise he's good, and he's pumped with that. Wee Tough loving the outcome on that one. And yeah, maybe think bigger from Donansky all in probably would have worked. With the ace-10 of diamonds under the gun, haven't really had a chance to see him involved thus far. He 3-bet that first hand he sat down, had to fold to the cold 4-bet. And Donansky now left with less than 5 bigs. Looks down at King Jack, looks over at the clock. Still on this pay jump, so potentially some merit in just trying to hold on as long as you can here, or certainly for at least one more bust out. Giving this plenty of thought. Doesn't like the fact it's against under the gun. Mirko has been quite quiet. And goes for the non-all-in 3-bet, but it's essentially all in, and Wilsh quickly comes over the top. And Donansky probably going to try to stall this one out for as long as he can with the pay jump. 1.2 big blinds left behind. Sort of up to the discretion of the table, really, how much leeway they're going to give him. There's no time banks in play or anything. And a stall here. Hoping to get a pay jump. Hiya, Fred LeFou. Check raise jam flop any day. Which hand was that you're referring to? They all become a bit of a blur sometimes. But yeah, as I say, here really at the discretion of the table, how much time they're going to give him. I think Ryder sort of maybe perhaps doesn't quite appreciate there's a pay jump, sort of looking a bit quizzical as to what's going on. But you know, it's perfectly reasonable for somebody to call the clock here now, probably. But if no one's going to do it, then it could go on. But yep, it does finally go into the middle. So here we go. Ace 10 against King Jack. And Donansky finds the jack. Four of clubs is a brick. So Wilsh needs an ace on the river. And double up for Donansky there. Didn't do Wilsh too much damage, 5.3 big blinds. Be up to 13 big blinds or so out of the immediate danger zone. Ace King for Narozny under the gun. 13 bigs. And tries to slide forward. Most of his stack gets a bit stuck on the felt. And the essential all-in bet, a few chips left behind. Quick folds from everybody, including a couple of aces by the looks of things. Wilsh in the big blind had dust. Table redraw here. Fisher still leading the way at this table, just over 5 million. 31 bigs. Just ahead of Dan Wietoff, 4.5 million. And yes, that is 3-table redraw. We'll be taking break. Please do stick with us for the final 3 tables of the German Poker Days final day. See you on the other side in 20 minutes or so.
One day, Jesse, one day.
Hopefully one day soon. That thing is beautiful.
That is really absolutely gorgeous.
That was sick.
So, done a little bit of research, didn't make it hard. Apparently, Nicholas Astet, Lena, opened from the button. Surzat Hisu, remember our German friend, 3-bet to 75,000. Astet then 4-bet to 150. Then we had a 5-bet to 300,000. And Astet moved all in for the remainder of his 800,000 stack. So we had a 1.6 million chip pot. Ace King versus Kings. And Lena's Ace King, no good. And Hisu now up to over 2.2 million chips as a result.
Wow. It's been a nice day so far for our man Hisu.
Check, overpot, all in, call, guys aces. And Bin shoots his hand into a mug, and I'm like, Bin, you know
This is a very interesting flop right here.
You got a pair and a gut shot
and he's like a call.
versus a open-ended straight draw.
It's this too. Dealer turns them over, and it's ace-6 for ace-high. Like,
I was gonna guess ace
like,
two.
Yeah, no, it's ace-6, and like Bin is like, no, that's not my cards, that's not my cards. I mean, like, I didn't like run around too much on it. Just like, I know maybe he was like embarrassed, whatever, like huge pot. And like, also I know he usually doesn't muck.
There's a specific selection of hands that are actually happy to continue on a board like 7-5-3 two-tone, and it's somewhat rare.
Yeah, I mean, if you think he's like,
It's somewhat rare that you see both of those types of hands at the same time, because the cards tend to interact, so they block each other. And we have one of those situations where both players have
hands to think that that's what happened.
towards the higher end of their range on this board.
Because like, they're 25.
Yeah, more often than not, when one player is 8-6, the other player is 7-6, the flop comes out Ace-Jack-4.
Like,
Or on 7-5-3, one player has 8-6, the other player has Queen-Jack offsuit.
Right.
Something along those lines. So
the money didn't went on pre-flop.
these are the kind of spots I find really fun to watch.
I'm intrigued to see how Bedell plays this. He's checked.
Wait to see the queen.
Divorce bets 120 into 148.
This feels like too much hand to fold at this point. There are so many potential bluffs from Dvorak. Stuff like ace-6 suited, king-6 suited, 8-9 is a double gutter, 9-10, 8-10 suited are all gut shots, and 2 overs to a 7. Oh, wow. Look at this river card.
Yeah, this is just ridiculous. It's absolutely gross for Bedell because he sits there on the turn, maybe concerned that he was behind. He's probably in his head thinking, okay, give me a 4, give me a 4, give me a 4. He hits the 4 that's not a spade, by the way. The non-spade 4, and Dvorak rivers the absolute stone-cold nuts.
I mean, when you
Dvorak
talk
only
about
has
coolers,
413 behind.
this is a cooler.
Yeah.
You just don't even think about the 8-6 suited when your opponent raises from early position.
No, I mean, Tom is, at this point, right now, he's loving life. And now he's thinking, oh.
Now he's thinking, oh, that's too bad. I only get half the pot.
Yeah.
I played 5-10 the other day.
That's
Wow.
a better hand
Yeah.
than mine.
Wow.
Yeah. Ouch. Just an absolutely horrific river for Bedell.
Final table. Then I played one more and then never played again.
I win one time Sunday Million.
You win? I have never won Sunday Million.
Yeah.
No, I have a third.
I win then, but the buy-in's 215. Before,
2-4.
I think 2017 or 18. Before 6-7 years ago.
It was like 200K or what?
165 with deal.
Okay.
Three-way with deal, yeah.
Says Rod Hsu, the German poker player. In recent years, he is mostly focused on high-stakes, high-roller tournaments.
It's a fairly good thing to focus on. Did Mustafa just say he played the Sunday Million once and won it for 200,000?
That's what you did, man.
That's certainly something to do.
Play it once, you win it.
Yeah.
I mean, what's the point? Why waste time if you're not going to win, right? I mean,
I've been doing it all wrong, Tuckman.
you definitely
I've been
have.
wasting a lot of time.
Jesse Sylvia alongside me, the runner-up in the 2012 World Series of Poker main event. Still yet to win a bracelet.
Still yet to win a bracelet, but having second in the main event means that I've got a slight one up on Nicholas in one department in poker, and only one.
This is event 12. We have awarded a lot of bracelets over in Rosvedov, as you might expect.
15.
Yusu coming at it with some very small sizes so far. Small 3-bet again out of position, and then quite the tiny c-bet. This is actually going to keep Nicholas in the pot. He's going to speculate with some backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw type of hands.
Backdoor 2-pair, backdoor trips.
Yeah. Or front door 1 pair and pay off a couple more bets, which he wasn't looking to do.
Listen, this is online legend.
Some
He doesn't make
classic
1 pair
9-8
pay
run
off.
out. Yeah, I got you.
It's going to be running 9s and get paid to the max.
I could see it.
65.
Okay, now Hisu puts the hammer down. Nice little 60, 70% bet size. Love to see it.
Unfortunately for Ostead, I should say, maybe just a little bit too much hand to fold at this point.
No, you don't really float the 9 high to turn top pair and fold it.
Right. And he does make the call. Pot now 228,000. Welcome to the party. Lane to 900. So running diamonds got there. I was trying to think of some hands that Hisu might be bluffing here.
Yeah, diamonds are certainly in the mix there. Something like a king, queen, king, jack of diamonds, king 10 of diamonds, jack 10 of diamonds. All of these hands exist when you only have low diamonds on the board. Something that Nicholas will definitely have to consider.
Yeah, that white chip is 100,000. And he is going to not take very long to pay him off. So small bet on the flop. Keep Nicholas along. And Hisu now back up to starting stack. Leading 900, losing about 25% of his stack.
I got home that night. Did you really have to make the second 3-bet? Was that really necessary? Attack has had a number of good starting hands since we've tuned in. It's always interesting to me to see how players respond to that. Do they think he's just getting wild? Because they haven't seen many of his hands at Showdown. They don't know if he's just getting out of line or if he just has picked up the Queen-Jack suited 9 times. It turns out he has just sort of picked up pretty decent hands a number of times.
And hits top pair. Crossed that with second pair. Find early on in these tournaments, it can be quite frustrating to pick up big hands early.
Yes.
Just 'cause
Absolutely.
it's hard to get much with them. In your mind, you're thinking, can you save these for later on when they're more useful?
I mean, we've all had that day where we make 4 sets on level 1. People just check fold the first 3 times. We run into a flush the 4th time, and then we don't make a hand for the rest of the night. Unbelievably frustrating sequences.
So, some chips go in the pot on the flop. Do they happen on the turn as well? With Queen Jack on what is a pretty wet board now. You have 2 hearts, 2 diamonds. Couple straight draws out there. And sure enough, Jack gonna bet once again, this time 31,000. So 31 into 42.
Yeah, I quite like this from attack. There is a number of draws that he could have and continue to barrel. So you, of course, want to mix in as many value hands as is possible. Nicholas going to get stubborn here.
Down. Oh, hello.
Look at that card. The offsuit 9.
And what's the play here? I mean, are you still checking it? He does.
Yeah, and for a talk, this starts to become a bit thin. Running the triple barrel with this hand. Of course, it's still a reasonable third barrel.
When the fact that hearts and diamonds missed, straight draws missed, does it make it a little bit more appetizing to put a value bet out there?
Absolutely. You feel as though your opponent's going to be compelled to call with just about every queen, a number of 7s.
And now we'll turn our attention to the other side of the table. And is this enough hand to check raise?
I think versus this size, my answer would be certainly. Now, if my opponent went, you know, well over pot, maybe 1.5 the size of the pot, I might feel like, okay, we'll just call and play it safe. But against a size like this, you just feel as though your opponent has one pair at best.
And look at that.
Wow.
The check raise from Alina. The quick call from attack, and there's the bad news. And look at that. So you mentioned like a ton of hands for attack, picking up hand after hand, and still he's now below starting. And Lena all smiles as he gets a lot back. What a fun feature table. Mustafov's picked up 10s.
Ooh, and Orpin with the ace-king. This is going to be a clash. Orpin just calls here. This is tricky. I like this. Unfortunately for him, it will allow his opponents to get in there with some speculative hands.
Another call. Action on Foxen. Foxen, by the way,
Heads up, yeah?
busted twice yesterday in the 25K GG millions to her husband.
No.
So I don't want to be at that dinner table.
Both times?
Well, I mean, she might have busted more than that, but I'm saying she busted twice to him.
Wow.
Yeah. So look at this flop here. Hisu with top and bottom. Orpin with top pair, top kicker. This was a raise, no 3-bet, and we see it 5 ways.
I can't imagine we aren't going to see some level of fireworks here. Mustafov coming in with the bet. I did not think he would be the man to kick it off, but here we are. Orpin playing some pot control. This is a 5-way pot, which means it is considerably more likely that one of his opponents has him beat than in a normal heads-up or 3-way scenario.
You wouldn't think there's a ton of two-pair combinations your opponents would have, but yet Jesus got the king three of spades.
Yeah, maybe you'd expect Chrissy to have the king three of spades, not so much the button. But there's still the pocket fours, the pocket threes type of hands. And then there's also that factor of you never know.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, king three suited, king four suited, even 4-3 suited hands that players might play to one raise. The tens get out of the way. Now it's back over to Orpin, who's between a rock and a hard place.
I would say so, but Orpin's just always kind of making faces.
Yeah. And they ask me questions.
And you don't know what's running through his head. It looks like he's unhappy about the situation, but then again, he was unhappy earlier and checked back pocket king, so I don't know.
100%.
By the way, if there was a world where Hisu did not raise, we would have had a set of tens on the turn.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You know when the 10 hit the table? In my mind, that was an important card, but I couldn't figure out why.
Well, it's not an important card anymore.
It could have been.
Right. Mustafov is sitting there going,
If Mustafov had just checked, and then, well, maybe Orpin bets, and then Hisu still raises.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Mustafov ever sees their turn.
Yeah, maybe not, but there is a potential run out somewhere in there. I'm going to find it. I'm going to find that parallel universe where Mustafov saw the turn.
Everyone goes separate. Yeah. You go separate? I go. After here, direct or direct? You? I go home and I go
and there's a call, so a bet and a call. It's just so intriguing to me when you watch poker because it's like, you know, the difference between Hisu winning a really nice pot here and getting devastated and possibly losing, 50% of his stack is his opponent not being stubborn and sticking around for one card.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. And yes, it's a multi-way pot. Yes, there's an overcard, but it's not that difficult to get stubborn and stick around with pocket tens.
No,
it really isn't.
I see it every day at the card room. Wow. So checked it back.
I'm a bit shocked by this one, Tuckman.
Are you surprised that he bet large in the turn after raising the flop, and then he decided to check back the river? A lot with each other.
I'd have to guess so.
I don't know. You said that she played, what, 15 million hands?
Yeah, but those were at cash.
Good point.
Yeah, so I don't know. Lina's kind of known as the end boss of the tournament streets. I don't know how much cash he's playing. Whereas Chrissy was playing mostly cash. I know that she shifted her game over and mostly plays online tournaments now, but...
Yeah, the 4, he said.
I have 4.
Big fold.
Big fold.
So Fox and raising under the gun.
If you know, you know.
The big blind defends. Oh, hello.
This is his favorite game.
Hello.
Look at this flop.
Yeah.
Just planting.
Now, Foxen does have a 10 of clubs in her hand.
She does. Also, these monotone flops are ones that you want to be very careful, in your approach. Certainly have to respect the fact that both players have a large number of flushes.
Oops.
Talk just finds the raise. Oh, I'm sorry. He found the call. This is very tricky by him. Unfortunately for him, I think it's quite likely that Chrissy checks back the turn. She has the type of hand that puts in a little bit of money and unimproved would like to just see showdown. So if he knew that, he would prefer to have check raised, but...
This is his game within the game,
And she does check it back, as you predicted.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Wow. It's a funny game, this is.
Azac finds the check, too.
Wow. This is so cool.
This is going to make him the maximum. If he came with a big bet, she might just call, just in case he has the flush.
Well, the question is, does she pay off the check raise?
I'd have to, with the 10 of clubs, I'd have to imagine so. She might even, given the fact that she checked back. That is this?
She just went more than pot. She
Oh.
went 75 into 43.
Okay. Now maybe she finds a fold versus the check raise. Not saying she does, but it's a possibility. Is he just calling?
Well, look, yeah, I was going to say, does he ever just call this, though?
I mean, the way he's talking, he must just be calling. Wow.
I think she lost less by betting more.
Yeah, absolutely she did. If she bet 40,000, he was going to make it 200.
And then she's just hating it.
Yeah.
Welcome back to our coverage of the final day of the German Poker Days. 300k guaranteed, €200 buy-in event here at King's Resort and Casino Rozvadov. Down to the final three tables. 27 players left. And here is our fresh feature table. Loris Greco coming in with the lead. 25% of the chips in play, almost 8.3 million. 52 big blinds. A couple of players playing under nicknames here. Kai Vader, pretty sure we've seen him on stream before, comes in as the short stack. Arnost Kopecky, player to watch out for perhaps. 100k in recorded cashes. Narozny, who we saw from the previous table, and Mark. And blinds, 80,000, 160,000, 160,000, big blind ante. Everybody has locked up €1,400. 45,400 euros for the win. And the top 10 places also get 3,000 packages to the King's Million event in October. All to play for. Very chunky first place prize from a €200 buy-in. Thanks for joining us on YouTube and Twitch. Get involved in the chat. Any comments on any hands you have? Any poker chat in general? Let us know if you're supporting anybody in particular. I'm playing down to a winner today. So definitely a few more hours left in this one. Uline. I'm sure I've seen him on stream as well. And Vader with the deuces. Move all in from the cutoff. Just under 6 bigs. And MK gets out of the way. 10-8 in the big blind. Evan. King 8 for MK in the small blind. Raise. 410, and that's enough to get Capecchi to fold 9 to 5 in the big blind. By the looks of things. Sorry, I know it's the German Poker Days event, but my GCSE German is pretty poor these days. So if you wouldn't mind keeping the chat to English, that would be very much appreciated. There, with King Jack of Diamonds. Queen of Hearts for Ognian Ratatich under the gun. 13 bigs. Let's see what approach he takes with this. He's going to go for the min open. Or just slightly more than min, 350 I think. Finds a Yulin in the big blind. Queen 5. Going to be in bad shape against the under the gun range nearly all the time, and gets out of the way. And ace 10 of clubs for Vader. All in from under the gun 1, and Greco with King Queen of Diamonds in the next seat. and decides to get out of the way. Very disciplined fold. And wow, brilliant timing, because MK with kings. Oh, so strong, no need to pump it up any further. And who knows, might get something like King Jack of clubs to do something silly in the big blind. Silly, probably the wrong choice of word there, but tempt something like that into play. We'll see, he's in pretty bad shape. Going to need some help here. Lost a couple on the outer tables, so could be down to 24 here. And ace in the window, instant service for Vader. Always an ace with kings, eh? Three of spades on the turn. Queen of clubs on the river. And double up for Vader. MK still with 33 bigs behind. So not disastrous for him, but that'll certainly sting a wee bit. For Fabian Proksch in the cutoff. And first chance to see him in action. 10 diamonds for Rakitic. Some more nice suited cards for him, but with action ahead of him. Potential 3-bet sort of semi-bluff jam spot. Decides to go for the call, and that will bring Nerozny along in the big blind with Jack 7 of clubs as well. And this could get interesting. Flush draw for Rakitic. Both others have missed, essentially. And check through to Prox, who's got the snood right up over his face. And checks back, picks up third pair, and that puts him in front. Got shot for Rakitic as well now. And check through 6 of clubs on the river. Prox is good with the third pair 8s. But is anybody going to try to take a stab at this? And looks like Rakitic is interested. 1.24 in the middle. And goes for 465. Will definitely get rid of Nerozny, but Prox finds the call. That's a good call from Prox there. Rakitic, 8 bigs now. Maybe regretting not going for the 3-bet jam pre. Ace 5 on the button. Seems like a decent spot to ship 8 bigs into the middle. Wow. Folds. Wow, very interesting. Into the big stack, big blind. To be fair, perhaps that's the reasoning behind that. King 10 in the big blind. May well have been called. A jump coming up directly, so don't think that would have been anything to do with it. I think that must just be respecting the big stack in the big blind. Yeah, he's playing tricks on me. I thought it said 8 big blinds in the graphics. Claiming 8 big blinds in the graphics. Perhaps that it looks like, yeah, it looks like what, 2 point something there. But Yulen with the rockets here. Yeah, so actually, yeah, it's probably about 15, something like that. Apologies. Like the graphics error there. I was really starting to question what the old blinkers were telling me there, because I'm sure it had said 8 big blinds for quite some time against his name, but yeah, perhaps not quite updated itself from a previous hand. Queen Jack. And going for 6 bigs. Ignore the chip graphic there for Ratatich. It's more like 2.225. Folded round to MK on the button. Ace 8 of diamonds. And 4 million. Yeah, no, you're probably... Right, I'll see if I can pass a message on to the tech guys and see if we can get that updated. It's like about 1.9, 2 million maybe, something like that. Doesn't have them stacked in 20s, so a bit more difficult to tell. And Brocksh will put max pressure on Yulin from the small blind with King 5 off. And Yulin has him dominated, King 8, but 11 bigs behind. Decides doesn't want to be calling off with that. And down to 21 now, so on the pay jump now. Reasonably chunky one, 600, 1,400 euros to 2,000. $350 to go. And he'll defend. At a 9-3. Prox. Still good. And he'll c-bet the king high, 350. Sorry, 310. Okay, makes it 320 to go under the gun with ace 10. And take. With more like 1.65 million, something like that. Gets rid of Jack 4 suited on the button. And Narojny jams from the small blind against the big stack in the big blind. Hearts for Prox. Had a good start to the stream table so far. Which I think you could be right. I think could be the difference between them. The mistake in the stacks at the moment have passed the message on, so hopefully we'll be able to get that corrected. And another raise and take there. For you, Len. Go for the open off 10 bigs. It's just had trash since he sat down. I haven't had a chance to see him in action yet. Well, actually, he had King Queen suited one hand, but had to fold to an all-in ahead of him. And another raise and take. And Yulen will be happy enough to get that through. Radatich. Nines just went up to 100, 200. Actually, it might just be a missing zero from Radatich's stack. It could be 2.9 million, maybe. But yeah, ignore that chip graphic. At the moment, there's 1 point. I mean, it looks sort of like 2 million, basically. Yeah, 2.1. 2.135 by the looks of things. too far off the two-table redraw, so I would imagine things will be cleaned up then, if not before. Suited ace for Capecchi on the button. Haven't really seen him in action thus far. Makes it 450 to go. And Proch, Queen 10 of clubs. Flat. And Yulen, Queen Jack. $1.64 behind. Both. And Capecchi hits the front with bottom pair. And going to go for the jam from the big blind. 7 bigs. 2 overcards. Backdoor spades. And I think it's probably going to work. Looks suspicious, but don't see how you can call here for almost a third of his stack. And that's a nice steal from Yulen there. Better hand to fold. For Capecchi. Can he get any action? Yulen, ace 9. Capecchi being pretty quiet so far. And good fold from Yulen. The very mediocre Jack-7 and gets out of the way. And always a disappointment whenever you don't get any customers with aces. Weak ace under the gun. Ends for Yulen on the button. The face of the 560 raise. Just one off the two-table redraw. King Jack of Spades for Capecchi. Makes it 500k to go. Nine for Narojny. It's 3.8 million. Brilliant. So there is the current state of play. Loris Greco still out in front, but hasn't really had anything to work with at the stream table so far. A couple of those chip counts aren't quite correct at the moment, Narozny and Radetic. And I think we have had a bust out on one of the outer tables and are down to 2 tables. So hopefully we can get those slight graphic errors in the chip counts sorted out. I think there'll be another 19-minute break or so, and then we are coming back to the final 2 tables. Please do stick with us. Thanks for doing so thus far. Hope you're enjoying the coverage, and we'll see you in about 19 minutes or so.
Did you really have to make the second 3-bet? Was that really necessary? Attack has had a number of good starting hands since we've tuned in. It's always interesting to me to see how players respond to that. Do they think he's just getting wild? Because they haven't seen many of his hands at Showdown. They don't know if he's just getting out of line or if he just has picked up the Queen-Jack suited 9 times. It turns out he has just sort of picked up pretty decent hands a number of times.
And hits top pair. Comes that with second pair. I find early on in these tournaments, it can be quite frustrating to pick up big hands early.
Yes.
Just
absolutely.
It's hard to get much with them. In your mind, you're thinking, can you save these for later on when they're more useful?
I mean, we've all had that day where we make 4 sets on level 1. People just check fold the first 3 times. We run into a flush the 4th time, and then we don't make a hand for the rest of the night. Unbelievably frustrating sequences.
So, some chips go in the pot on the flop. Do they happen on the turn as well? With Queen-Jack on what is a pretty wet board now. You get 2 hearts, 2 diamonds. Little straight draws out there. And sure enough, Jack gonna bet once again, this time 31,000. So 31 into 42.
Yeah, I quite like this from Attack. There is a number of draws that he could have and continue to barrel. So you, of course, want to mix in as many value hands as is possible. Nicholas going to get stubborn here.
Down. Oh, hello.
Look at that card. The offsuit 9.
And what's the play here? I mean, are you still checking it? He does.
Yeah, and for Attack, this starts to become a bit thin, running the triple barrel with this hand. Of course, it's still a reasonable 3rd barrel.
When the fact that hearts and diamonds missed, straight draws missed, does it make it a little bit more appetizing to put a value bet out there?
Absolutely. You feel as though your opponent's going to be compelled to call with just about every queen, a number of sevens.
And now we'll turn our attention to the other side of the table. And is this enough hand to check raise?
I think versus this size, my answer would be certainly. Now, if my opponent went, you know, well over pot, maybe 1.5 the size of the pot, I might feel like, okay, we'll just call and play it safe. But against a size like this, you just feel as though your opponent has one pair at best.
And look at that.
Wow.
The check raise from Alina. The quick call from attack, and there's the bad news. And look at that. So you mentioned like a ton of hands for attack, picking up hand after hand, and still he's now below starting. And Lena all smiles as he gets a lot back. So for the integrity of the game, we do make sure players do not have any electronic items on them.
Oh, it's interfering with the card reader. Okay.
Yeah, I can appreciate that general idea, although it sounds like it couldn't read his cards because of it.
Sure, no problem.
I didn't know that.
That's wild.
Are you doing Cypress?
Yeah, I'm going.
Technology is such a mystery to me, Tuckman.
I was kind of considering it.
Yeah, you don't. You and technology fight all the time. You guys don't get along.
Well, it remains a little bit outside of my grasp. Let's put it that way.
No, I've been like for the party poker. Like then in Rio de Janeiro,
Chidwick coming in.
No, I've been in Sao Paulo.
Poker there is great. It's fun too.
Yeah, I remember.
I think I like the mustache even more. Chidwick's little profile picture down there.
Can I see? Okay, thank you.
Sort of leaning in with it.
Foxton's going to get a count. She does have Chidwick covered, but both these players are quite deep, although stacks now relevant, where it almost feels like they weren't relevant 3 or 4 hours ago.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, you're talking about, 85 big blinds effective.
You know, when you're 500 blinds deep, you're like, I'll figure out if you have 500 or 550 if I get to the turn and I want to raise. I'm not going to worry about it pre-flop. We're not there yet.
Why just call here for Foxton out of the small blind?
I think sometimes she calls, probably most of the time she's re-raising, but she's decided that at this stack depth, it's not like this offsuited hand plays extremely well at a position. It plays fine because it's ace-king, but also it plays well if you occasionally have it as a trap. And if your opponent never thinks you have ace-king and the board comes, let's say, ace-king in another card, they're going to assume that you don't have certain two pairs that you can have.
Right, like in a situation like this, Chidwick can sit there and think, well, I have all the ace-kings. I'm the one with aces. I'm the one with kings. You never have that strong hand here.
Chidwick has a beautiful hand to run some bluffs with. He has the jack of hearts. He has kind of blockers to her best aces, like ace-jack, ace-queen, or what he thinks are her best aces. And if a heart comes, he has a great hand to start firing double or triple barrels off.
When Foxton calls out of the small blind, what kind of hand does Chidwick put her on?
Probably a bunch of suited aces. Hands as strong as maybe like ace-queen offsuit, ace-jack offsuit. And then a bunch of pocket pairs, some suited type of hands as well. All of those middling hands generally that you expect to see that aren't good enough to 3-bet.
Foxton has checked again. She check called the 40,000 chip bet. Chidwick looks like he's going to continue firing.
Yeah, so Stevie may be thinking about the fact that it's possible that Chrissy never has ace-king here. She could certainly have some ace-8, but it's always going to be ace-8 suited, so there's only a couple possible combos of that. And then when he has a queen in his hand, it's less likely that she has ace-queen, right? So this becomes kind of a nice blocker if he's going to start bluffing with hands that have a pair in them. This is a good one to use.
All right, is he targeting the weaker aces, the king X's type hands?
Yes. Yeah, something like ace-4 is exactly what he's trying to eliminate.
Well, this will be interesting. Does he fire one more time? 386,000. Foxton has played this hand to absolute perfection.
Yeah, this is really showcasing how powerful it can be to peel pre-flop with this hand sometimes.
I love that I asked you the question, and then
Yeah,
you see this hand
You
played
got
out.
to. The dealer was like, "You want to see why?
This is
Here's
why.
why."
Looks like Chidwick is going to go for it.
If he's bluffing, he's going large.
Yeah, well, not as large as I would have
Yeah,
thought.
I would have thought maybe a little larger as well. Still a healthy size bet. 2/3 of the pot.
But clearly bluffing.
And for Chrissy, this just becomes, do I want to shove, or do I think that that will...
If she shoves, can she get called by worse?
I would imagine, I mean, if she shoves, she definitely thinks she's getting called by worse. I would imagine that ace-queen has trouble folding to a shove. Maybe something like ace-jack or ace-10 occasionally call as they're blocking what they perceive to be the type of nutted hands that she could have. Also, this hand is probably a better one to shove than something like pocket eights. Just because when you have an ace and a king, your opponent has top set or middle set less often. Those two hands are similar hand strengths for otherwise. Yeah, she does just call. She's decided that there just aren't enough hands that will call you that you beat compared to the hands that will call and have you beat. There are a lot of jack tens out there.
The World Series of Poker Europe has one more stop this year. Vegas, a huge hit as always. Here we are in Rosvedov. Next stop, the Bahamas. In December.
I have to imagine those are very different climates.
No, Rosvedov and the Bahamas are almost exactly the same. It's weird.
Yeah?
Yes. What? Western Czech Republic?
You got to worry about a lot of
the
bull
Caribbean?
sharks in Rosvedov.
Rosvedov is such a quiet little town.
I'd like to visit one day.
You should. It should. It's like it almost feels like it's taken out of like the town in Beauty and the Beast. Like it's a small little quiet little quaint town, and then you've got this beautiful resort casino right in the middle of it. Orpin 3-betting, Foxen calling, and Orpin has hit a pair of queens, backdoor spade draw. Foxen, no hearts out there to speak of. Does have a gut shot.
Yeah? Depending on the price, that may be enough to keep her around. She would love to have diamonds or one spade in her hand, of course.
Sorry, how much? 20.
Chris is going nowhere. This is just a great price to hit her gut shot, potentially win a huge pot. Or maybe some doors open up to find a bluff later on in the hand.
158,000 in the pot right now. You can see the players' country represented next to their name. Orpin representing Turkey, Foxen, the United States.
Orpin finding the check here, opening the doors for Chrissy.
Opening the door to what? To bluff?
Yeah, but
and lose more money?
She
Lose more
would
chips?
need, well, possibly win a lot of chips, but she would need to find a turn and river bet.
I think she said 90.
Yeah, this is starting to set up something big.
I mean, there was a raise, a 3-bet, and a call. And when you've got second pair, it's a little concerning.
Yep.
He also does block his opponent from having spade draw.
He does, and that's something that's going through his mind right now. I don't know if that will affect his river decision, because missed nut flush draw isn't the type of hand that Chrissy would be looking to bluff with. I don't think that would be our leading candidate. It would be something more like the Jack 10 suited type of hands. Oh, that's a really bad card for Chrissy. I don't know if she'll be bluffing this one.
Yeah. And I think it's fairly certain to say that Orpin's not going to fold, no matter what she does.
No, I don't think he will be. However, she may think he has something occasionally like pocket jacks or like a king 10 suited. It's just too risky.
340.
Wow.
She goes for it.
I'm a little surprised that she finds the bluff here, but not in the other hand.
She goes for it. And Orpin has not folded, has not called yet, but I cannot imagine a world.
Yeah, I didn't know what was happening, but I assume he's giving it a little tank before he puts her all in, just so as to not make it so obvious that he has it.
I mean, sure.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh,
Is that all then?
what a gut punch.
Yeah, that's
What a gut punch when you're going for the big bluff on the river and you get raised all in and you can't even call for your last 55,000.
that's really truly brutal for Chrissy.
I want to thank all of you for spending your day with us. We'll be back tomorrow for day 2 coverage, and we will be crowning a champion. And that beautiful bracelet you saw a few moments ago, we'll be awarding that to the winner. Registration in this event open until the beginning of day 2. Blinds are 6,000, 12,000. This is level 8. And this will be the last level of our coverage. The players will continue for 4 more levels after this, though.
See Beto back there laughing it off. He's taking it well.
Yeah,
In stride. What else can you do? I know, but it's just sometimes it's very painful. That 8-6 came out of nowhere for him. That wasn't even on his radar.
Yeah, you just you shrug your shoulder and you just go, okay, I'm supposed to lose this.
Yeah,
I'm supposed to double you up.
I guess so.
Matching sweater.
Alex has picked up a flush draw. Blom has got straight.
This seems like a natural bluff. For Foxen, you have 4 high, you can't win the pot. That said, I was about to say,
Wow.
you do not want to get check raised because you do get blown off your equity a little bit when you get check raised. So he finds that sneaky check back, and wow, this is going to pay dividends.
Yeah, for sure. Checks back, realizes his equity, doesn't get blown off, but hits the spade. And now Blom bets, and
No, I just saw the sign.
even though it's a relatively large sizing, you got to expect a raise here from Alex, huh?
I would have to imagine so.
Yeah, I figured.
My boys love them. There's like
This feels like the dream. There's a lot of straights out there. Your opponent could even have something like ace-10. That felt like the mega nuts on the turn. And yeah, getting value here seems incredibly important. That said, Alex is really in the tank. I don't know if he's in the tank just trying to figure out a size, or if he's actually considering calling, but I don't feel like calling would be running through his head whatsoever.
He's definitely going to time extensions on this one. And he is cutting out some raising ships.
There we go. And for Blom, having the 10 of spades means this is going to be a tough combo to fold. Ooh, this is a huge raise from Foxen.
Yeah, it's 459,000. So you're looking at about we'll say 375 more. Pot is 653.
Yeah. It's getting a little worse than 2 to 1. I think there becomes a size where you feel like you could just let it go and wait till you have a flush. I'm not saying that this is the size.
So 653,000 in the pot. Blom behind has to call another 375-ish. And he does find the fold.
Nice fold, Victor.
Wow. I mean, considering it's a 10 of spades as well.
Yeah.
We'll see later anyway.
Well done.
Choose the hand to go all in with. Black 8s or 6-7 of hearts on this flop. Good luck. 4 of hearts on the turn completes the flush. Pocket pair has 6% chance to improve. River is 3 of diamonds. Congratulations to everyone choosing 6-7 of hearts. Follow for more poker intuition tests and come try your luck at Kings.
Welcome back to our coverage of the final day of the German Poker Days. 300k guaranteed, €200 buy-in event. Down to the final 2 tables, 18 players left out of 1,852 entries. Everybody's locked up 2k. Next pay jump at 16. And here's our new feature table. Seen quite a few of these guys before. New player, chip leader Jürgen Echtel, 16.1 million. Wow. 81 big blinds, massive lead over NK. Deshti, the short stack on 6 big blinds. Couple of players in the 27 to 20 big blind region, and then all pretty close between Wilsh in 5th and Wiethoff in 8th. Blinds 100, 200 with a 200,000 big blind ante. Appear to have any recorded live tournament history, so be interesting to see how he wields this massive stack. Must have had a great day so far. Thanks very much for sticking with us on Twitch and YouTube. We'll be here until the trophy is lifted. And €45,400 up top for the win. And the top 10 also get a 3,000 package to the Kings Million event in October. So that'll be coming into play pretty soon. Extra dynamic to impact on the decisions. And there's our chip leader, Jürgen. And Wiethoff getting busy straight away. Jack 9 of hearts in the hijack. And he's going to run into the ace king of Mark, who just covers him. Everybody else gets out of the way. And Wiethoff is going to need some help. Let's hope it's not game over for the Dutchman. And 8-2-2, shake of the head from Wheatoff. He'd like to see a heart if he isn't going to hit, and he does get the heart. Sweat for Mark. And there it is, Queen of Hearts, and a big fist pump from Wheatoff. Mark absolutely disgusted with that river. And he's left with just over 2 big blinds, absolute crumbs. And that's a pretty brutal beat. Runner for the flush. He's absolutely sickened there. Hey. Get it in with Queen Jack. And sort of an almost any 2 call here really for Fabian. And he'll give him a spin with 10-8. And about that beat with Ace King. But in decent shape here. And 2 pair, didn't like to see that 10 in the window, but followed by the Queen and the Jack. And he has the clubs covered. So 4 outs, 10 or a 9. Oh my goodness. And that's 2 rough beats in a row for Mark. And he's forced to take his leave. And a couple of handshakes before he goes. And sometimes it's just not your day, but deep run. Top 1% of a 1800 runner field, so got to try to look on the bright side, I guess, but yeah, rough run of hands there for him. Yeah, Michael Brutal, yep. Yeah, no, he went out smiling, so it almost sort of seemed before the flop he was sort of resigned to his fate. He didn't really seem to look that confident, even though he was, you know, in pretty good shape against the 10-8. But yeah, you've been playing for maybe the best part of a week, maybe fired a few day ones, and yeah, rough way for it to finish. And Fabian's going to limp into the chip leader, Jürgen, here, who's got an ace. The pink chips are now in play there, 500k. And Fabian quickly gets out of the way in the face of a raise. There's the current state of play. Jürgen with almost 40% of the chips in play at the table. Very nice position to be in. And Deshti going to have to pay 2 big blinds out of a 5.6 big blind stack in the next hand. Be praying to wake up with something. And Radetic, Jack 10 of hearts. Going to go for the jam. Fair few players to get through, but looking good so far. But Jürgen asks for a count. Ace 5 of diamonds. For MK in the big blind. And lost a few on the outer tables as well, so down to 15 at the moment. Could be 14. Pure 50-50. And great start for Ognian, top pair. Backdoor diamonds for Jürgen, third pair. Queen of hearts on the turn. And there's the double up for Ognian. Nod of the head to the reel. And that's him up to 29 bigs now, so reasonably comfortable. And Jürgen can afford that hit, thankfully. Still with a huge chip lead over the table. from Ognia in there. Exposed his cards when he folded. Dolly Parton. And ace-8 for Jurgen on the button. And kings for MK in the small blind. Short stack in the big blind. Wonder, does he think this is maybe a spot where he can flat? Big blind jams. Jurgen comes back over the top. But looks like he's going to go for the 3-bet against the big stack from the button. Potential maybe for Jurgen to get out of line anyway in the face of a 3-bet. Pretty trashy 6-4 suited for Deshti. Has a good chunk of his stack already in there, but has to fold. MK's went for 1.3 million. And Jurgen's not going to bite this time. Diamonds now for MK on the button. More dust for Deshti, and you can see the frustration. And Wheat off with Ace King in the big blind. And decides to just rip. And wow, I thought MK was just reaching straight for calling chips there for a second. Does get out of the way. And a good fold from him. Cheers back. Something he can make a move with. And even better, folded round to him on the button. And does Ognian Queen 3 for 2.1 bigs. I think is probably a mandatory call with the big blind ante. So Deshti looking in great shape. We'll be very pleased to see what he's up against. And 5 backdoor clubs or a 3, and King of Hearts confirms the pot is heading to Deshti. So potentially the start of a comeback for him. 7.8 bigs hanging in there. For Jürgen, decides to let it go. Diamonds for Radetic in the small blind. Goes for the limp Fisher in the big blind with 6-5. Radetic covers him. King 10-2. Radetic checks it across, and Fisher's going to take the chance to have a stab at it. 500k into 600k, and that'll do the job. and 10 for Deshti. And decides to wait for a better opportunity. And round to the blinds again, and Fisher gives Wilsh a walk. Under the gun. He's quick folds. And Brock unlikely to be interested with 6-3. And that's a shame for Jürgen. Fold from Vilsh on the button with 8-7 of diamonds off 10 bigs. And back round to the blinds. I think third hand in a row it's been folded round to the blinds. Brock, sorry, apart from that, kings in the last hand, kings under the gun. Jürgen in the big blind. Blinds now 150, 300. Fabian limps and Jürgen checks back 9-6 of spades. Flush draw for Jürgen. Rosh will go for the 300 c-bet. And could definitely potentially see a raise from Jürgen here. Certainly won't be folding. Decides to just go for the call. And 5. Very interesting card. Gives Jürgen the up and down to go with the flush draw. Gives Brock a gut shot to the straight. $700K from Jürgen into 1.5, and Fabian gets out of the way. So you're going to be pleased enough with that. I think that's the first hand he's won since he sat down at the feature table. Started off with over 16k. Back up to 14.3 there. Must be down to 14. So yeah, those 3k packages definitely now in play and will be a factor in decision making. Bilge with Queen 10 on the button. Makes it 700k, and Jürgen with the rockets in the big blind. Facing cut off open off the short stack. Does he want to get trappy with this? Does he think that if Filch is opening off that kind of stack, he should probably have a hand he's willing to call off with? And sorry, Jürgen's in the small blind. Sorry, I thought he was in the big blind. Goes for the 3-bet. And you would assume Mirko was opening in order to leave himself room to fold, and that's exactly what he's done. So down to 7.7 bigs. Tens in the cutoff. And does move all in. And Jürgen, another big hand behind him, ace, queen of hearts. Ask for the count. Does make the call. blinds get out of the way. So Fabian marginally ahead. Players wish each other luck, shake of the hand. Fist pumps all around. Looks good for Fabian so far. And the queen on the turn. And just like that, domination, rotation, down to 3%, Fabian. One out, only 110 left in the deck. And he can't find it on the 7 of diamonds river. And wishes everybody good luck. And has to hit the rail. So things starting to go in the right direction again for Jürgen. And he builds on that big lead over the table. Axel thought this was the final table. Not quite yet, no. Shouldn't be too far off it, but 14 left now. Sorry, 13. And everybody's locked up 2,300 euros. And Mirko Vilch going to get it into the middle with Jack 10 of clubs and Jürgen. Wow. Kings running hot at the moment. Had kings a couple of hands ago, didn't get any action. I think he had aces as well, didn't he? Didn't get any action there either. And flat calls. Deshti with a smile, hoping might be able to squeeze into those top 10 places. Be an absolute miracle if he could get through on that stack, but who knows. And Jürgen, sorry, Mirko is like, oh my goodness, can't believe you're that strong again. How is this possible? Sweat for Jürgen, and that's pretty clean. Mirko up out of the chair. Eight of hearts, and that is it over for Mirko. Well played, sir. Nice run. On a run at the moment. $23 million, 63% of the chips in play, 23.3 million. And he can really have a field day with these guys now. I assume there will be one more player moved in. To balance things out. Eshti's going to have to make a move soon. And pretty quickly be at that bubble for the package, 11th to 10th. Jürgen had a bit of a sticky start to his stint at the stream table, but things definitely going the right way for him now. Balancing the tables here. Probably waiting for a hand on the outer table to finish. We'll crack on. Eshti. Short stack goes into the middle. And quick call from Narozny, who's rejoined the table, ace-4. The all-in player is going to need some help, and that's a good start, but 4 is followed by a queen. And Deshti hits the front. And oh my goodness. Trip 4s on the turn. Brutal. And 2 of hearts, river. Completes the board. So that's the end of Deshti in 12th. And we are now on the bubble for these 3K packages to the King's Million event in October. And yeah, these packages worth 15 buy-ins of this tournament, so definitely not to be sniffed at. And Jürgen just keeps on waking up with big hands, ace queen. And folds Queen Jack. Fischer gets out of the way with 10 high. And Jürgen turns over the ace queen to say, yeah, look, no, I really do always have it. But you can be sure while the stack distributions are like this, I would imagine he'll be opening a lot of hands and a good bit lighter than that. And pocket nines for Wheathoff. Radetic, good fold with medium ace. And Fischer and Jürgen get out of the way. Jürgen for once doesn't have a premium. Yeah, brutal beat, Axel, for Deshti there. Yeah, we've seen some rough rivers, some rough runners. And Radetic has gone for it with the threes. And he'll get that through. $13 bigs under the gun. With this from Fischer, limp with Jack 9 in the cutoff. Radetic checks the King 3. And top pair, all club flop. Neither player with a club. And check through. And the fourth club does roll off. And Fischer just rips it in and gets Radetic to fold top pair. So good outcome for him. And decides that's good enough. And interesting one for Nerozny with Queen 10. And smile from Radotic to the rail. Rid of ace-4 and good timing. Radotic with ace-queen on the button. And looks like we've lost one on the other table. Down to 10. Everybody's locked up those packages now. And jams from the button, and Fisher with the suited ace-9. Or sorry, a raise that effectively puts Fisher all in. Radotic with a little bit left behind.
Du machst das ja mit allem.
Information he can get out of Radotic with a bit of talk. That makes a good fold. Everybody locked up those 3K packages now. Gets rid of ace-5, and Rosny's went for a big raise with jack-10. Fisher's left the table. I think Fisher was the big blind, was he? He was the small blind there, but $8,600 for 9th. 2,895 locked up at the moment. And Radotic just moved all in here under the gun with 18 bigs, with King Queen. And Ekla with another hand. Snowman pocket 8s. It's pretty hefty. All in from under the gun.
Da steht alles drauf, was du wissen musst. Suited Connectors und
Ja, ich weiß nur, Chips mal weg vom Körper.
Suited Connectors, immer rein, egal was passiert. Immer rein.
Tough spot for Jürgen. So you think he just jams under the guns with 7s or worse? Probably not. Although he did do it with 3s earlier on. But Jürgen won't be aware of that. There, trying to get some information out of his opponent, but don't think Ognian confirmed what he had, but yeah, my German's not the best. Here. And he's moved all in under the gun, 11 bigs. And we top with ace king of diamonds. Straight into the middle. And this could be final table time. Wheatoff just covers Fischer.
Dit is zo spannend.
Fischer awaits his fate. And a 4 in the window. Oh my goodness. Flush for Wheatoff. So sick. Has to fill up Fischer or find a miracle quad. Wow, what a flop. Brutal, brutal stuff. Seven of clubs, no help. 6-4, jack or 7. And it's the 9 of clubs and another huge celebration for Wheatoff. He's up for this. And that is the final table set. What a brutal, brutal hand. And we are going to take a 15-minute break while the final table is prepared. Do stick with us, see who can get their hands on the trophy. 45,400 euros. Wheatoff, does he feel like it's his name written on the trophy? And that's how things stand in terms of these 4 players, but they'll be joined by 5 others from the outer table, and we'll see how the lay of the land is whenever we return from this short 15-minute break. Do stick with us. We'll see you on the other side.
It's aces versus queens. You hit your 2-outer, you beat them. Okay, do you really need to do this now?
Yeah.
Happy you have queens.
Yeah? Why you happy?
Because if somebody have queens, a double will come.
That's a bit of a salty needle right there. Says if somebody else at the table had the queens, I would have had to double them.
Like I said, I mean, oh, what is going on? It's like Cooler Central.
Ooh, and this is going in. You play some tight ranges in these situations, but
7 big blinds.
Yeah, Nicholas has 7.5 blinds. Stevie will certainly not be getting away from this one.
I mean, I still can't believe queens and aces didn't go all in.
Yeah, that was a wild one.
There's 24 bigs.
1-3 behind about, yeah?
I try to make a lot of predictions about how these hands will go. I could not have predicted that.
Yeah, I've got another prediction based on this a long time ago. I'd rather just pick your brain and find out what you would do, or what they should do, or what they're thinking. Because you know, these guys, listen, they're the best in the world for a reason. Because we can't predict what they're going to do, even when we see the cards.
Yeah, it turns out we really cannot.
Nightmare situation for Chidwick, but a great situation for Lena, looking for a full double up, just 2 hands into our final table.
No 9, no 10.
33% of the time, this will be Lena 900's last hand.
I think that mustache has grown since the last time we saw Stevie a few moments ago. Doesn't it look like it's jettisoned outward?
It's perfect.
Slightly.
There's a queen.
Wow.
Queen in the window. Oh, and a king right behind it. What a tease.
We've had some wild window cards
What
throughout
a
this
tease.
tournament, Tuckman.
The queen, but the king sneaks in right behind. A 10 chops it up. A queen wins it for Chidwick. Otherwise, Chidwick will be down to 7 big blinds. The deuce of hearts on the river. Lena with the full double up to 1.8 million. Chidwick down to crumbs. He's got about 7 big blinds.
Does feel like one is coming quite soon, though.
Yeah, at the end of this level, we will have a break.
Yeah,
We'll
we've
look
been playing this level for some time.
Daniel DeVoris on the button. Almost definitely going to move all in here, I would imagine, with pocket threes.
Yeah, mandatory all in.
DeVoris was a coach for Phil Galfon's poker training site run at once. Over 15 million in tournament winnings. He was born in the Soviet Union, moved to Canada at the age of 8, just 36 years old. And he is gonna get some action. Cabral calling. DeVoris' tournament life on the line. 3.6 million in the pot.
This is actually a huge situation.
Yeah.
Obviously, this is for Daniel Dvoris's life, but if Cabral wins this, he's back to near tied for chip lead. If Dvoris wins this, I think he might be third in chips.
Yeah, it is. It's first and second, and then everybody else.
Yeah.
Thank you. Giaro.
He'll be very close to third in chips. Let's put it that way.
Pocket freeze. Pocket freeze.
So the former coach for Run It Once looking to fade the aces and tens, and there's a 10 in the window.
That is a terrible window card right there.
And Dvoris needs a 3.
Good for you, Victor. Good for you. Victor sleeping. And Mr. Hula 6 million happy. I think you are one of the biggest losers of this year, right? 6 million down. Pretty sick.
I agree. One card remaining. If it's not a 3, Daniel Dvoris is out. Jack of diamonds.
I mean, not GG. Good luck.
And Daniel Dvoris, over 15 million in tournament winnings,
Minus 6 million. Now you can
is
go
going
out.
to finish 2 off the money. Yeah, there's been, you know, a handful of significant pots, and Jesus has basically won all of them.
Yeah.
And then outside of that, Cabral's won everything else.
Yeah.
18 million.
And Cabral just says, let's go for all of it. He's going to make his opponent pick up a hand. Oh.
Yeah, and this should be far more than enough hand, I think, for Jesus. Here we go.
It's just 21 big blinds with an ace. Would Cabral play ace-king, ace-queen this way? Or would he play it a little, try to get an induce action?
I think he would be inducing action with a lot of the aces that Jesus is losing to. And I think he would shove
There's
some
a
of the
call.
aces that are worse.
Jesus
Here we
has
go.
made the call. It's
This could
ace-8
be it.
versus 5s. Another monster pot, and each one of these monster pots has gone Jesus' way.
What a call. I wouldn't call that.
I knew you have a small pair. I put you on a small pair. Makes
Oh?
18 million makes sense with deuces, threes, fours, fives.
Okay, let's do that.
Let's do it. 18 million in the pot. If Cabral's 5s hold, it's over. And he will have won his 3rd bracelet. Otherwise, we continue on. There's an 8, but there's a 5.
Wow.
The 5 on the flop.
5 of clubs.
And Jesus now drawing nearly dead. He needs running cards.
Bravo.
And that's it.
Wow.
The river irrelevant. Martin Cabral has won. The 50K no limit hold'em diamond high roller. And his 3rd World Series of Poker bracelet. You're watching the World Series of Poker Europe. We're at King's Resort and Casino. Presented by GG Poker. Jesse Sylvia, David Tuckman in the booth. Calling the action. Carlencho Alajan on the floor.
Some really cool names at this event. What was Jesus' first name?
Sirzat.
Sirzat Jesus. What a name.
Sirzat Jesus.
What a name.
Jasně, jo. Všechno jasný, jo.
King 9 suited out of the small blind against the late position open. Decides against playing it. Foxton's got an ace in the big blind.
She's at least calling. Maybe some more nefarious plans. Wow, yes. Absolutely some more nefarious plans.
She says 510,000. So it'll be 350 back over to Chidwick if he wants to call.
These low offsuited aces, the king 4, king 5, king 6s, these are really nice traditional hands to 3-bet bluff from the big blind.
Now this is where I think it gets interesting. I was curious what he was going to do. 9-8 suited, certainly a nice hand to play in position, but they're not deep at all.
No, they aren't. But he's getting a decent price. He does have position. Look at this flop.
Oh, wow. So he is open-ended with the overcards. Chrissy's got a 5, plus she's got backdoor hearts.
Yeah, this could get quite spicy. I think this ends up going small bet and call quite often, but we don't know.
Oh, well, one thing we do know is one of these players is going to be up over 3 million chips when this hand is over.
At least 3 million.
Yeah.
Okay, we see a check from Chrissy. It's also very fair. How does Stevie want to play this? Betting is problematic because if you bet and your opponent shoves, you hate your life. So check makes a lot of sense here. The only problem with checking is unimproved, you're certainly not going to win at showdown.
He does check. Oh, brutal river card, brutal turn card for Stevie, in the sense that there's no way that Fox is going anywhere now. Now he has to make a hand. And he went from having 14 out to 8.
Yeah, but let's put it this way: if he makes a hand,
if he does hit a jack or a 6, he's going to get paid. No doubt about it.
Yep. I can't imagine Stevie does anything besides call here. Shoving just seems a bit optimistic.
Yeah, especially once the ace comes off, right?
Yeah.
What story are you telling?
And also, you checked back in position. You represent a lot of ace-X yourself, and then Chrissy leads into it. I know you both have a lot of aces, but you really kind of have to respect that to some extent.
There's a call. 1.9 million in the pot.
The jack
Stevie
of diamonds
looking for a
would be
jack or a 6.
disaster.
It is not. It's an 8. He makes a pair. Hand 77 is a doozy. Foxen looking for value. Can she get any?
Very interesting decision point for her here, because shoving allows her to get value out of some hands that Shidwick would not shove for value himself. Potentially, if he has something like a 10 or a weak ace, he may hero off, but he may not jam himself if it checks to him. But if you check, there's a number of gut shots that Stevie could have turned. King Jack, King Queen, Queen Jack. Those sort of hands will bluff.
Well, Foxen goes for pretty much all of it. Does not get called. Has to turn in one-time extension card. She's now up to 3.4 million chips.
How much is that? Your turn, 7th hand. Or 17th hand. Oh. Kings? Okay. It's a chance. I think you're gonna win.
Got an all in here.
If you are minus 6 million, there must be some
We've got an all in.
Wow.
equilibrium in the universe, some equality.
Mustafov's been waiting for it.
Wow.
And it is the online phenom, Lena, who is at risk. Really nothing you can do here. It's ace-jack versus kings. Could we be in the money? This could be the first time, by the way, we see a player eliminated not at the hands of Martin Cabral.
When we act, we have something in mind. We do some strategy. It's pretty weird, man. It's delayed already. Good luck to you.
The only player rooting for Lena, is Lena and maybe his friends.
This is
Not much going on for him right there. Looking for an ace and only an ace.
pretty meager run out so
Any
far
ace
for
will
Lena.
do. Barry Greenstein. One time. Not this time. The 4 spades. And that is it. What a treat we get to watch Nicholas Astet. Lena 900 play poker for 2 days.
Choose the hand to go all in with. Black 8s or 6-7 of hearts on this flop. Good luck. 4 of hearts on the turn completes the flush. Pocket pair has 6% chance to improve. River is 3 of diamonds. Congratulations to everyone choosing 6-7 of hearts. Follow for more poker intuition tests and come try your luck at Kings.
Back to our coverage of German Poker Days event here at King's Casino Rosvadov. Down to the final table. Final 9 players out of 1,852 entries. Everybody locked up 3,600 euros. And here is a look at our final table. Couple of players we haven't seen yet. Cedric Fuss and Sebastian Perez. Jürgen Eckler coming in with a pretty significant chip lead. 22.5 million. Cedric Fuss in second with 14.3. MK bringing up the rear, 4 big blinds. Big gap between him and Greco on 18 big blinds, so he's going to have to get moving. And there you can see the payouts. Second place, 24,700. So 19,000 or so heads up match awaits. And yeah, brutal hand to set the final table there. Set against flop flush. Blinds are 150, 300 with a 300,000 big blind ante. Wow, big scarf. Seat 7 there. Nice and snug on a cold winter's night. Gotta love a bit of scarf action at a poker table. So, dealer just doing the shuffle and will shortly be underway at the final table. We go hand 1 of the final table. Would stack MK, K6 on the King 6 on the button, but goes in the bin. And Donansky on 46 big blinds with chip leader Jürgen in the big blind, and goes for the complete 5-2 of clubs for Jürgen, and he'll check it back. And gut shot for Jürgen. And Milan's going to range bet. And that's 300,000, not 3.3 million. And Milan takes that down. So yeah, the pink chips are 500,000, white chips are 100,000, and the green blacks are 25Ks. But yeah, you would think play will be pretty cagey from the shortish medium stacks until MK is busted. They certainly won't want to be busting before him. So some scope for the big stacks to put a fair bit of pressure on those middling stacks. But nobody particularly short, and MK's picked up a hand that he can go with his 4.2 big blinds. Nobody particularly short other than MK, I meant, sorry. And looks like he will get that through. Probably wanted a call, really. But he'll take the big blinds. Less than 1K in recorded tournament cashes, so looks like a new career best score for him already. And Donansky opening up the ace-9 of hearts from the cutoff, and nice hand for Narozhny in the big blind, Queen Jack of hearts. And top pair for Narozhny, second pair for Donansky. Donansky goes for 400K, and quick check raise to 1.5 from Narozhny. Happy to get it in here with top pair of 16 big blind stack. Enough hands on this texture that can continue, that you're still ahead of. Flush draws, Jack 10. And Donansky does make the call. And 7 of clubs, perfect turn for Narozhny. Doesn't go for the jam, interestingly. Unblocking both the flush draws. Maybe talk himself into thinking Narozhny's on the spade draw. Perhaps something like Jack 10. Something like King Jack of spades could definitely take this type of line. Is interesting that Narozhny hasn't just moved all in, and I think because of that, Donansky is sus, and he's jammed over the top and snapped, and it's going to need a 9 or an ace on the river. Of spades improves Narozhny to 2 pair, and that's a very timely double up for him. 37 big blinds. Donansky down to 31. Still plenty to play with. But first big collision there of the final table in the books. And yeah, I think that sort of that non-all-in size on the turn persuaded Donansky that his second pair could be good. And yeah, interesting hand, that one. Just under 60k in live recorded tournament results. All figures courtesy of the Hendon Mob. And folds ace 6 of diamonds. round to Narozhny in the small blind and makes it 1 million. Covers Wheatoff. And Wheatoff folds. Blinds now up to 200, 400. 400,000 big blind ante. So going to cost these players $1 million an orbit. Starting to get expensive. Hi Boogle Brett. Thanks for joining us on YouTube. Axel wonder what happened to the MK stack. Yes, no, it would be interesting to know, as obviously came off on the wrong end of a couple of hands after he moved off the feature table for a while. And sixes, middle position, and that's going to be good enough. And ace jack for Jürgen. Gets king jack to fold, but don't think Jürgen will be folding ace jack. Does make the call. And Greco will get out of the way. So sixes against ace jack. MK at risk. On the flop. Potential runners for the straight. 5 is not a good card. And he's going to need a 6 on the river. And it's the 2 of clubs. And MK is the first casualty of the final table. Great run from him. €3,600 in the bank. But yeah, always disappointing to be the first out at the final table, but did come in cut massively adrift from the rest of the field, so hard to have too many greater expectations than that. But yes, well played to him. Everybody locked up €4,500 now. Next jump is to 5,700. And here's our first chance to see Cedric Foose in action. Pocket 8s under the gun. And Radetic with 10s. Won't like that it's against under the gun, but feels like a mandatory 3-bet jam spot. And wow, Narozhny with ace king in the cutoff. No ceremony, no Hollywood, no grandstanding, just rips it straight in there. And Perez folds an ace. I think somebody folded a king there as well, did they? And Foose gets out of the way. And yes, a few of Narozny's outs have been folded, so Radetic looking in good shape here, 66%. And yeah, fast start to this final table. And it's a king in the window. Potential spade outs if he gets a spade on the turn. And he does pick up some extra outs. 8 outs now, 25% equity. But it's an ace of clubs on the river. And it's another unlucky one. Played itself. Sometimes it's the hope that kills you with those, picking up those back doors. And 2 pretty quick exits. We're at the final table so far. So yeah, 2 bust outs in the first 7 hands. Another hand for Narozny, pocket 4s. With the kings in the big blind. Three bet to 2.5, I think that is. And I think Narozny will probably wait for a better spot, but wants to take a flop. In position with the low pocket pair. And top set for Foose. And goes for the check. Narozny doesn't take the bait. Like to see, yeah, small lead here. Get called by stuff like ace jack, ace queen, queen jack. Maybe some ace 10, queen 10. I think pretty clear Narozny doesn't have a king after checking back the flop, but yeah, unfortunate for Foose, he didn't have one of those type of hands that could continue there on the turn. So Ekla 21 big blind lead over Narozny, dead level almost with Foose. Greco now the short stack. And Wheatoff and Donansky with those awkward stack sizes, awkward ICM position. Thought Perez thought he flicked the cards over there for a second when he folded, but I think they did stay face down. And Donansky gets a walk in the big blind with ace king. Stuff you hate to see. And kings again for Foose. Wow. On the button this time. And Donansky with the ace-9 in the small blind, and this could get ugly. And wow, great fold from Donansky. And Eckler doesn't have anything in the big blind. Wow, great fold from Donansky there. Guess those guys were playing together on the other table for quite a while after he got moved after Donansky got moved off the stream table, so perhaps some prior history going on there. And pocket tens now for Wheatoff. Some big hands flying around here. And ace king for Perez. Nine, 2.8, 2.925. And sixes for Eckler, but I think that's pretty easy fold, given the action ahead of him. And Narozny folds an ace. And Wheatoff. Perez hasn't played a hand yet at the final table. Wheatoff has been on the feature table for most of the day, so don't think he'll have played much with Perez, and that's a really good fold. Yeah, had a good hand. Another big hand for Perez, ace queen this time. $900 to go. And Wheatoff 9-7 of diamonds. I think, yeah, perfectly reasonable hand to defend off that stack size. And flops the up and down. And I would think he's thinking about a check jam here. Definitely a big blind defend range flop, but Perez will have all the overpairs. Looks like he's just set them all in. And that has put any thoughts that, oh, is Wheatoff? Yep, he's called. Yep, Wheatoff is called. So at the moment only 9 high, but up and down, and we can see he's actually 51% slight favourite. Backdoor diamonds. And there is the 5, instant service. Instant service for Wheatoff. 4 of spades completes the board. And nice double up for him. And a bit of a setback for Perez there, down to 22 big blinds. Short stack. Leo in the big blind, all in. And didn't quite get a chance to register those cards. 10-5, Loris, sorry. for Wheathoff on the button. And Wheathoff decides to just rip it. And Greco, head in his hands in the small blind. King, queen suited. Just hating this action ahead of him. Such a pretty hand. Of course, if he folds, he can hope that this is a cooler situation and might get a pay jump. And you can almost feel his anguish here. And finds the fold. And Perez with jacks. Wow. 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 And he rips it all in. And Rosny gets out of the way. Has one of Perez's jacks. Still a favourite against Wheathoff's ace queen. Perez at risk. And case jack in the window, followed by the ace just for the rub down for Wheathoff. And that is the double up for Perez. Case jack, wow. Perez up and down like a roller coaster, back up to 45 bigs. Wheathoff down to 12, so quite close between him and the player to his left there. Luis Greco. Axe going around the table. Jürgen now. Makes it 1 million to go. Goose with ace 9 in the big blind. Call. Seven, 6, 2. Looks like Jürgen is going very big on this 2.5. It looks like into 2.6, 3.5 over bet. Hoping Foos has caught some of that from the big blind, but no such luck. But sort of happy enough to take that down on the flop. And that he can hope to get moving with. Perez and Foos both fold 10-8. And Donansky with dust in the big blind. So Greco will get that one through. Six of hearts for Foos on the button. And Jürgen gets out of the way in the big blind with not much. Clubs for Foos in the cutoff. Rosny makes the call in the big blind with Queen 2 of hearts. Nine, 9-3. Foos goes for the c-bet. And Rosny quickly gets out of the way. Narozny puts Sweetoff all in, and nothing he can fight back with 5-4. 10 bigs. All Wheatoff has left at the moment. Greco around about the same, slightly ahead of him maybe. .125 to go under the gun with King Jack. Forces Wheatoff to fold an ace. And nothing Greco can do with 8-3 off in the big blind. Hearts for Greco. And yeah, maybe some signs of frustration starting to creep in for Greco. Needs a hand. Can't seem to find one. When he did, King, Queen of clubs. Lots of action ahead of him. Managed to get away from it correctly. And Wheatoff is going to rip it with Jack 10 from the cutoff. And Greco ace 3. Gets out of the way. And Foose folds the 10-8 of clubs in the big blind. Wheatoff too much. To be calling that off from Foose. So 2 short stacks hanging in there at the moment. King 2 on the button. Looked like he was thinking about it, but decided against it. And Foose completes Jack 9. King 8 of diamonds for Donansky. And he'll check it back. Second pair for Donansky. Gut shot for Foose. And quickly check through. Ace of club. Rolls off on the turn. Fuss doesn't try to represent anything. And small 1.5 big blind bet gets the job done for Donansky. And that keeps him over 20 big blinds. So there's the current state of play. Looks like a big gap between Ekla and Beres. 6 million, but it's only 11 bigs. So not massive. Foose in third, 33 bigs. Greco and Wheathoff bringing up the rear on 7 and 10 bigs. And Narozny there sort of in the middle, all on his own on 29. Quite a big gap between him and Wheathoff. Next down on 17 bigs. So some quite interesting chip distributions here. Beres, almost every time he folds, I think he's going to expose cards, but he's just been on the right side of it every time. But like they're almost bouncing off the felt there. Let's hope doesn't cause any issues down the line. And top pair here for Ekla. And leads out with chunky 2 million bet, and Narozny quickly folds. These players have banked 5,700 euros plus those 3K packages. Next jump 7,500 euros. And another decent hand for Beres, pocket eights. Ekla is going to make the call in the small blind with ace 3 of hearts. I think would maybe prefer a 3-bet there if you're going to play it. Nice flop for Beres, second pair, but up and down. Jürgen should be able to get away from that and does quickly send it to the muck. So Beres and Jürgen quite close at the top now. Jurgen's woken up with the queens here on the button. Cedric with the open from the hijack with fours. From what we've seen, don't think he'll be interested in getting involved versus any 3-bets out of position, and does quickly send it to the muck. It's like Cedric has quite good instincts, quite sort of solid. The 2 short stacks to the test for the rest of it, and Wheatoff is going to go for it with ace-4. And Greco, ace-8 of diamonds. Wow. Wheatoff does cover Greco. And he gets it in. Could we maybe have a double knockout here? Here we go. Greco looking in good shape for the triple up at the moment. But can Narozny find a king? Out of their chair. Narozny looking chill. Can he find a king? 9-5-2. Gut shot for Wheatoff. Narozny does have the king of hearts, 2 hearts on the board. Seven of diamonds. Good card for Greco. And the jack of spades. No surprises. And Wheatoff will, I think, win a side pot against Narozny. So looks like he'll have 1.9 left, 4 bigs. Huge double up for, triple up, sorry, for Greco. And Narozny left with 16 bigs after coming off worst in that one. the gun. And Jürgen, ace king. Oh, next player almost acting out of turn there. Went very big there, 2.5. Not sure what the thought process is behind that. And results in no action. One from Jürgen. He's been sort of pretty consistent min opener thus far. And Wheatoff has found the sixes to move all in over Narozny's open. Only two big blinds more for Narozny. Foose is going to have a think about Jack 10 in the big blind. But seems optimistic with Narozny still to act behind him. Oh, a call from Foose with cold call from Foose with Jack 10 in the big blind. Narozny moves all in. Does he? No, there's an all-in triangle in front of Narozny, but he's decided to just call. And top pair for Narozny, top pair for Foose. This is going to get very ugly very quickly. And wow. Short stack, Wheatoff looking at a triple up. Narozny looking good for the side pot against Foose. And here we go, three-way all-in. Wheatoff, 93% favourite. Just wishes he had a bit more chips, but Narozny, a big favourite against Foos. And Foos needs a jack, and it's the king of hearts. So triple up for Wheatoff, gets him back up to 10 bigs, back in the fight. Narozny on 27 bigs after taking the side pot, and Foos takes a pretty big hit down to 14 big blinds. I'm not sure what happened there really. That was a bit of a crazy hand. Neat. Aces. And Wheatoff sixes again. Greco folds an ace. And Foos gets out of the way, as will Donansky. So, can Wheatoff find a set of sixes for the second hand in a row? If Narozny has hearts covered, 4 would be interesting. Jack of hearts, and 2 outs now for Wheatoff. And it's the queen of diamonds. And well played, Dan Wheatoff. 7th place, €5,700 plus the €3,000 package. Bit of a roller coaster there for him. Plenty of hands. Came up with a couple of hero calls. Was certainly an enthusiastic presence at the table. Some good viewing, so best of luck to him. And down to 6, €7,500 in the bank from a €200 buy-in. And Greco now has room to open, and he does so with Queen Jack. Gets that one through. Big size, again, 3.6. And it's going to get punished with Jurgen's ace-king in the small blind. Five open there, so graphics slightly wrong there. Just over min open, not a 3.6. Didn't think Sebastian would be going those type of sizes. Hasn't really fitted with what we've seen from him so far. And pocket sevens now for Sebastian. And makes it 1.2 this time. And Greco has to get out of the way in the big blind. Open folds.
Kannst du nachfragen, wie viele Zuschauer wir gerade haben? Wie viele Viewers der Stream hat? Kannst du in der Regie fragen? Can you ask how many people are watching the stream?
Very dusty 7-3 for Sebastian in the small blind.
Okay, ich wollte es eigentlich blind machen, aber jetzt habe ich geguckt.
And Cedric with queens in the big blind. Wow. Sees the funny side.
They don't know? Where are they? Why you don't know?
Limping ace queen under the gun here. First time we've seen a limp from him, I'm pretty sure. And Greco with that king queen of clubs again. Had to fold it earlier. What's he going to do with this? With 4-2. So 3-way to the flop. Eight, 5-5, checked across to Greco. And he'll fire out 1.1 million. And Jürgen, no messing about. Looks like he's sussed this one out. Feels very confident. Ace queen is still good here. And he's 100% right. And Greco has to get out of the way.
I have no money to pay my bill.
Rosny. Looked like Perez was reaching for 3-bet chips there for a moment with ace-6 of hearts, but thinks better of it and folds. And 2 quick folds from the blinds. Eckler, 1.5 million from the small blind, and Narozny with King 10. And this could potentially be an interesting collision between two of the bigger stacks. Second pair for Narozny. Nothing much for Eckler. And he won't follow through with the C-bet. And quick check fold in the face of a 1.5 million bet from Narozny. And there is the chip count. Chips in the hands of the top three players there. So very awkward position for Greco, Foose and Donansky. And Donansky with the Cowboys. Can he get some action here? Is king. And he makes it 2.5. And this is music to Donansky's ears. Wow, just the call from Donansky. And he is going to get paid by Eckler. Will get paid by Eckler here. Unless he can spike an ace. And a spades all clear for Donansky. I don't think he can look at the board. Queen of Diamonds river. And that's a very nice double up from him. Very interesting, just flatting to the 3-bet there. Obviously didn't feel entirely confident that Jürgen would call off, but he really didn't have much left behind. But worked out well for him. Has to give Perez a walk.
You guys know passion and sound is personal. Yeah, no spirit. I want to catch new audiences without any action. So check this out.
Opens Jack 9 of clubs from the hijack. Same hand for Perez, except hearts in the small blind. And he makes the call. And Foose with ace-7 in the big blind, and he'll get it in the middle. And may well get through. 12 bigs. Probably just enough. But no. Jürgen wants to gamble. And Sebastian as well, by the looks of things. Wow. What's happening here? 10.3 million in the pot. Sorry, 13.7 in the pot. And Cedric looking in good shape here. And what are the chances? 9. Check through. Perez leads the turn with 2 million. Jürgen's not going anywhere. And the ace on the river for Cedric. Wow. What a river. What a river. Perez has a good chuckle when he sees they had the same hand. And a triple up for Foose. And looks like that is a 15-minute break. What a hand to finish on. There is the current state of play. All quite close between the top 5. Greco slightly cut adrift at the bottom on 12 big blinds, but only 16 big blinds between first and fifth. Nerozny, as you can see, has claimed 2 knockouts at the final table there. Witov and Radetic. And we'll be back in 13 minutes or so.
Entries, including just some of the best in the game, the biggest and brightest. Took it to the felt in event number 12, the $50,000 no limit diamond high roller. And we are down to 2. Cabral, by the way, was one of the late Regis. He joined the fray very late last night. Actually entered day 2 third in chips. Hasu entered day 2 as the chip leader. Doesn't always work out that way, but 1 and 3 in chips are the final 2 in this tournament. Look at Hasu. Hasu taking one of the worst hands and raising with it. Cabral's going to flick it in, make the call.
I like this a lot. Not only is he mixing it up when he's crafted this very tight image, it's a very straightforward image, but also just kind of polarizing, using a hand that wants to maximize its fold equity. It doesn't have a lot of showdown value on most boards.
Oh, wow, what a flop we got here.
Yeah.
Top pair and a straight draw for Hasu. Yeah, and I like the adjustments that Hasu is making using that image.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for him, Cabral's got a big piece of this.
Yeah, and I wonder if Cabral just check raises to get it in. They're not that deep. Cabral has a lot of hand here. Never easy to make top pair. To have a gut shot to go with it.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate for Hasu because, you know, normally he's thinking, I got a 6 I can win it with. I can win it with the ace. But we see that the 6 is no good for Hasu.
Is Cabral going to lead here? Yeah, if a 6 comes off here, this is...
It's over.
It might be over. Cabral leads large here. This is interesting.
Why lead?
Well, I think traditionally this is a board that favors the big blind a little bit, especially when Hasu is mixing his range between limps and raises, and he feels that the strongest hands are in the raises. He doesn't feel like his opponent has any 2 pairs on this board. He doesn't have any straights.
Oh, whoa.
Oh.
The chips might go in. Could hand 204 be the last hand of the night? Cabral's a 4-1 favorite.
I mean, Martin is not folding this hand, obviously, so it's just about... Do you say call? Okay, we're going to see a turn.
Maybe that gets Hasu off the hook?
If this turn is something like a queen, I kind of see Hasu jamming.
It's an ace!
Oh, wow.
Oh, my. Wow.
That was an insane turn card.
It really is.
I'm all in.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God. No, you don't want to be all in. Look at this.
That couldn't have worked out better for Hasu. He hits the ace, and look at Cabral. He sees the bad news. Cabral needs a 6. A 6 ends the tournament. Otherwise, it is Hasu who is an overwhelming chip leader.
King of hearts.
Where did that ace come from, Tuckman? It came out of nowhere.
Is there a 6 left in the deck? It's the 8.
I thought that was a 6.
You know what?
I really thought it
for
was.
a second. Cabral makes 2 pair, but no match for Hasu's wheel. Blinds are 6120. They're going to pop up to 8160 pretty soon. And at that point, you start doing the math and you realize we just don't have that many chips in play. Each player started with 1 million chips. We had 30 entries. Even with my limited mathematical skills, I can tell you there's 30 million chips in play.
That was pretty good, Tuckman.
Yeah, quick too, right?
Yeah.
Nothing gets by me. Foxy with ace 5.
All in.
And she is all in. Now just a question, do the blinds wake up with something?
Oh,
no.
no. Oh, wow.
Yep. So this is about a, what, let's see, 13 and a half big blind shove?
Yeah. Somewhere in that vicinity.
14 big blind shove?
You generally tend to shove a lot of the offsuit aces that you're playing, and if you're doing some min raising, it's with some of the suited aces. When you reach a final table, things flip a little bit in that regard, but not always. Ace 5 off is just a great candidate for a bluff. For a bluff jam, you get a few better aces to call or to fold. I mean, and Ace 5 is just a particularly good low ace.
Cabral re-raising. Mustafa.
Oh,
and there's another ace.
Yeah, seeing that ace is just brutal for Chrissy. I don't think that she saw it, but you know, as a viewer, as a fan.
So pretty unlucky for Chrissy. She had ace queen versus ace four, hit her ace. The 4 on the turn keeps her having a big stack, and now just a few hands afterwards, her tournament life on the line. We know one of the aces are dead.
But 9 of diamonds, okay? Okay? Okay, 9 of diamonds.
She can win with running queens, by the way.
Running queens. Okay. That's an option. A queen on the turn would be fun, right?
Why not?
Double. Well, add some outs. We'll put it that way. Not double. There's only one dead ace. This is tough.
Yeah, ace of hearts would not help her now.
Oh, I have flush draw. I didn't see that.
Cabral does pick up the flush. Fox in one card away, and that is going to do it for 4 clubs on the river. And the 4-time bracelet winner will have to wait another day to win bracelet number 5. Eight players remain. We're still talking about the 9 of diamonds from earlier on.
And you will be in good mood?
Victor Blom, severely short stack's going to go with it. He finds an ace. Just 5.5 big blinds. Has maybe a little bit of fold equity, right?
Definitely. At a final table, especially, 5 big blinds is more than enough to receive some folds. This will not be folding.
Yeah, we saw Fox and fold ace queen before. She's not folding it again.
One thing I will say about Chrissy, she picks up a lot of hands.
Yeah?
I'm not saying she doesn't play fantastic when she has those hands. Certainly not saying that isn't true.
Fox and all in, and Blom knows he's in trouble. Ooh, Cabral actually has a hand.
Yeah, but Chrissy putting in 14 big blinds, I just don't think that he can even consider calling. It's closer than I'm letting on, but
I mean it's 1.3 million to win 2.2.
I think.
And a chance to knock out 2 players.
One free.
There are so few hands that he is dominating, and there are a number of hands that she would shove that are dominating him.
Yeah, no, he's never ahead, but he's getting a really good price, and he can afford it.
Well, she might shove something like King 10 suited over Blom's jam. But yeah, there's very few of those, and there's a lot of hands that dominate him. And it's not a particularly good price because he has to win that main pot. He doesn't have as much equity in the main pot. And then the side pot, he's probably behind against the hands that she's shoving here. Well, not probably. He's behind the hands that are shoving here. He is getting a little bit of a parlay with the ante in the middle.
He's in the big blind, so he's already put 100,000 in. Again, there's 2.2 million in the pot. It's about 1.3 for him to call. 1.29 to be exact. And he's on a 5 million chip stack. We have 8 players remaining. And Victor Blom, by the way, is all in at risk. Isildur, possibly moments away from being out of this. Exit stage left.
How much I owe? Free?
He's going into the time extensions. I think he's sincerely thinking about this one, though, as opposed to the other ones where he was clearly Hollywooding.
Yeah, I don't think he would waste his time banks at this juncture.
Not that many of them.
They're so important. I'm a little surprised that he's considering it this heavily. Oh, these chips are going in.
Yeah, he calls.
Wow. Wow.
Royal flush.
That's semi-bad news for Chrissy.
Well, I mean, she goes from being 77% to winning the hand to now she's 40%.
Yeah, well, she's a little better for that big side pot, right?
Yes.
But he's live. She doesn't love to see that. She'd love to just ISO Blom with 200K dead in there and just be way ahead. Yeah, she looks sick. I don't blame her. This is
No?
this is pretty gross for Chrissy.
Well, it might be really good. I mean, we got a 3.4 million chip pot. So the main pot is going to be about 1.75, we'll say. 1.8, then a side pot of about 1.6.
Already like losing, not sure.
There's an ace.
That's a good flop for
That is
Chrissy.
a very, very good flop for Christie. Now she's thrilled, he called.
There's like
Absolutely.
some opportunities.
Only two aces left in the deck, and there's one of them, and Cabral drawing nearly dead. Oh, and there's a 4.
Wow. Well, now she's very happy that Martin called. She's actually going to make money in the hand.
Yes. Now she needs a queen to win it all or a 9 to win it all.
Very good call.
Otherwise, Blom is still in there at 1.8. She's in there at 1.6, and Cabral is down to 3.7. What a hand.
For split pot.
It's a 7 of clubs. Victor Blom finds a 4 on the turn and triples up. Foxen does add about 300,000 to her stack.
Wait, 5?
By the way,
And as I said, I told you, Jesse, you were wrong. Cabral's got to fold that.
yeah.
Suited connectors or small pair?
Suited connectors.
Why?
Because you can play it multi-way and you have many more draws, and if you have a small pocket, you probably need to fold.
It depends. I have some favorite hands like 7, 8, 9, 10. I like to play those hands. Otherwise, small pocket pairs is not so bad. Depends also on the position you have on the table.
Of course.
You know, if you're a professional poker player, you must know that, no?
Suited connectors or small pocket pair?
Small pocket pair.
I love suited connectors. Yes, suited connectors I every time would play.
Same, depending on the stage of the tournament. But
Your favorite, like?
suited connector is good to build big stacks.
Entries, including just some of the
The final table of the German Poker Days. €200 buy-in, 300,000 guaranteed event. 6 players left. Everybody locked up. €7,500. And there are the current standings. Serhij Narozny, top of the pile at the moment on 43 bigs. 8 big blind lead over Jürgen Eckler. 8 big blinds from him to Sebastian Perez. 20 big blinds Cedric Foos, who secured a triple up in the last hand before the break there.
I will give you something from my part. I have the lowest. We can discuss. You can still say no. Most are nearly the same chips.
And looks like there's maybe some discussion about whether players might be interested in a deal, in particular Narozny. Would have thought that would have been discussed in the break, but let's see, quickly folded. Skeet, who'll be delighted to get a walk with. 7-3 in the big blind.
Du, das Ding ist, ich habe, ja, das auf jeden Fall, das Ding ist, ich habe so viel Kram.
And looks like they do want to take a break to discuss some numbers here.
Sorry? You accept? Yes. Okay, I don't. Was ist denn das für ein Deal, was jetzt am Tisch kommt? Also was werden Sie jetzt berechnen und uns vorschlagen?
Okay guys, so we wanna see the IC numbers? Yes. Okay, but I have to inform you.
And yeah, definitely looks like some discussions breaking out. It is very late for these guys, 7:30 in the morning, local time. Run some numbers and see if a deal can be reached. I think they will have to leave aside a certain proportion of the prize pool to play on for and the trophy, but we will see. And Narozny going into those negotiations in pole position. So we're going to take a 15-minute break. And we'll see what the outcome of those discussions is on the other side.
In the game, the biggest and brightest, took it to the felt in event number 12, the $50,000 no limit diamond high roller. And we are down to 2. Cabral, by the way, was one of the late Regis. He joined the fray very late last night. Actually entered day 2 third in chips. Hasu entered entered day 2 as the chip leader. Doesn't always work out that way, but 1 and 3 in chips are the final 2 in this tournament. Look at Hasu. Hasu taking one of the worst hands and raising with it. Cabral's going to flick it in, make the call.
I like this a lot. Not only is he mixing it up when he's crafted this very tight image, very straightforward image, but also just kind of polarizing, using a hand that wants to maximize its fold equity. It doesn't have a lot of showdown value on most boards.
Oh, wow, what a flop we got here.
Yeah.
Top pair and a straight draw for Hasu. Yeah, and I like the adjustments that Hasu is making using that image.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for him, Cabral's got a big piece of this.
Yeah, and I wonder if Cabral just check raises to get it in. They're not that deep. Cabral has a lot of hand here. Never easy to make top pair. To have a gut shot to go with it.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate for Hasu because, you know, normally he's thinking, I got a 6 I can win it with. I can win it with the ace. But we see that the 6 is no good for Hasu.
Is Cabral going to lead here? Yeah, if a 6 comes off here, this is...
It's over.
It might be over. Cabral leads large here. This is interesting.
Why lead?
Well, I think traditionally this is a board that favors the big blind a little bit, especially when Hasu is mixing his range between limps and raises, and he feels that the strongest hands are in the raises. He doesn't feel like his opponent has any two pairs on this board. He doesn't have any straights.
Oh, whoa.
Oh.
The chips might go in. Could hand 204 be the last hand of the night? Cabral's a 4-1 favorite.
I mean, Martin is not folding this hand, obviously, so it's just about... Do you say call? Okay, we're going to see a turn.
Maybe that gets Jesus off the hook.
If this turn is something like a queen, I kind of see Jesus jamming.
It's an ace!
Oh, wow.
Oh, my. Wow.
That was an insane turn card.
It really is.
I'm all in.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God. No, you don't want to be all in. Look at this.
That couldn't have worked out better for Jesus. He hits the ace, and look at Cabral. He sees the bad news. Cabral needs a 6. A 6 ends the tournament. Otherwise, it is Jesus who is an overwhelming chip leader.
King of hearts.
Where did that ace come from, Tuckman? It came out of nowhere.
Is there a 6 left in the deck? It's the 8.
I thought that was a 6.
You know what?
I really thought it
for
was.
a second. Cabral makes 2 pair, but no match for Jesus' wheel.
Thank you, Meekin. So there you heard it, Brent. Dario says the Americans are much better at poker.
I sort of think he meant that
Said better.
the opposite way, saying it's better for him.
Oh.
Suggesting
No,
that
I
the
think-
Americans absolutely suck.
Yeah, that's definitely what he was saying.
Yeah.
He was certainly saying it was worth the trip to Las Vegas.
Should be the one. I don't have my phone. I'm going with my phone. That's not in my pocket.
I'll tell you what, it's worth a trip to any single card room in America. Jump in those cash games.
Yeah,
it is,
just get in there, go make money.
The evolution of poker, not quite as rapid as it has been across the pond.
All right, round 2.
You still go at it again. Rincon the best of it so far, still, as it comes King Jack 10. Mufasa not done with the Jack 9.
Well, he's at least acquired some more outs, but in terrible shape.
And now facing an 18K bet on the turn. Making the call river ace, aces and kings. For Rincon, will a bluff opportunity become available?
So this is not the best card you want to see when you've got ace king on this board. Does slow it down, and will Mufasa turn this Jack 9 into a bluff? To your point, Jeff, it seems like that would be optimal. Can't imagine the Jack is ever good at showdown. He's gonna blast.
Okay. 65,000.
Okay. I should have done it. I check like this. What can you have? So difficult, isn't it? Queen. What do you have?
Kind of talking it through.
Can certainly land on a variety of bluffs that could be present, but looks like he's just going to get
Let's
off
it go.
of it. Oh my.
Alani's living right. Two kings again. This time he's just going to be opening the action.
Nothing brewing.
Hello.
Check that.
Goodbye.
Yeah. It sure feels like that, unless, of course, improvements can be found for Thomas Aishan. His full clip emptied. Granted, low caliber ammunition. Sitting 37K deep coming in. Sposato's Jack 10 folding. I thought I heard call, even though I saw the cards go.
I think it was Alani.
I see.
4, 5, 6, 7.
So we saw the fold and heard the call all at the same time, but it wasn't passing Sposato's lips, rather predictably Ilani's, as ace king and two kings collide.
But it's not this way, I don't know.
And the ace high board, along with the spade, is an all Aishan affair. Tremendous resilience.
Nearly flopped him dead.
King. Just got to fade a single king of hearts.
37.
Oh my God.
I jinxed myself.
An absolute stone one outer, Matt.
Wow.
It's nice for TV, come on.
It's nice for us, I have to tell you.
I got to tell you, man, bravo, Thomas Aishan, for taking it on the chin like that.
You know, it's you're sitting on aces and you just made it 37x. And you go, oh my God, I misclicked. But you know, you got the 6-5 suited, you kind of just play it off.
Yeah, right.
Like, oh, well, another day at the office, boys.
There's nothing worse than that guilt that you got to wear when the guy gets after. And maybe, you know, they deserve it if they're trying to exploit.
Well,
but you show up with the aces and it's like, oh, my bad. Would you look at that?
It's a part of the opening range, you know. Sorry I happen to have it this time.
Well, pocket seven's also a part of the opening range. From the cutoff for Neugebauer, he's made it 9 to go. Oh, he just flats king queen off from the button.
Pretty common on the button. You want to be using these Broadway type hands. They're not quite good enough to 3-bet get in, but they're way too strong to ever consider folding. So you kind of try to avoid folding them at all costs by coming through with a call.
Now
he's now getting out of line.
Kamoshi,
so that's clear,
is proving abusive.
Augie could have jammed, I suppose, versus a cutoff open 25. Putting it in, I think, might be quite reasonable, and maybe he leans on king queen suited for that sort of play. I would have a hard time not back jamming this, knowing full and well that I was getting called by Kamoshi, but also just believing that he's out of line.
Well,
there it is. He shares my thoughts.
Induced, I suppose. Maybe we reserve the right to change our mind about how we want to approach things. I don't know that his intention was to induce.
No, this is just a byproduct of a series of events that you live and die by. This kid seems like he's out of line. We're gonna back jam and hope that we have some of this range dominated, which I don't think is all that unreasonable. Quite possible that Kamoshi has worse king high and queen high type holdings in his squeeze range here, especially if he's as liberal as we see Though the ace-9 off, probably not that bad versus cutoff button.
He's already got 36 in here, and he's just trying.
It's
kind of
really
questioning what. This is unconventional behavior from Arai, right?
Yeah, and it's, well, we did see the queen-8 off, but nobody else knew.
No, right. But from Kamoshi's standpoint, he's kind of like, what?
It feels
Flat
weird.
jam?
Yeah, it feels weird because you expect the pocket pairs like below the 9 to just be jamming pre.
Correct.
Right?
And the bigger aces also to be maybe taking up a more aggressive posture. And so look how well he's performing here with something as paltry as ace-9 for a 233K pot. And check
how well he was performing.
Correct. The update now is a very poor performing king high flop. Arai can get behind it. He's tasting the 233. And it doesn't spoil on the turn. Just needs to dodge an ace, which he does. 4's full on the end. Roll your sleeves up and enjoy a deep stack.
You are on the bubble. 10 big blinds left. You got dealt aces. And mean cash is $1 million. What do you do? Shove or fold?
Fold.
You fold?
Yes. This is the only spot you need to fold aces. Every poker knower knows. If you got this in this spot, you need to fold. If you get 1 million.
Yeah.
For 2, ICM is bigger than aces. Yeah.
When are you folding?
I think 10,000.
10,000.
Yeah, 10,000.
Okay.
Yeah, 10,000.
You shove or you fold?
I fold.
How much are you willing to risk?
Half million.
Half.
Half.
Okay. That's a lot.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
What do you do? Shove or fold?
Well, with pocket aces, I mean, I would almost say, let's go all in, you know? No pain, no gain, you know?
Okay.
Yeah, of course, yeah, definitely. Yeah, yeah.
Like-
Otherwise, it's not funny, you know?
Okay.
With my today financial situation, I will wait for the money. But I mean, I suppose the GTO is just to show. But me personally, at the team moment, I would take the money.
And what is the number that you would shove? Like, what is the mean cash that you would not think about it?
I mean,
1,000 euros or?
No, yeah, 1,000. If you just think about like an EPT, for example, like for 15, 20K, I'm saying. It's very much depending on your bankroll management.
Yeah, of course.
Like, if your ETM is like 1% of your bankroll or stuff like that, it doesn't matter. But if it's starting to be like maybe 10% of your bankroll, it's better to wait for the money.
Welcome back to our stream coverage of the final table of the 300k guaranteed German Poker Days. €200 buy-in here at King's Casino, Rozvadov. And from the handshakes there, looks like maybe a deal has been agreed. I'm just waiting for confirmation as to whether or not that has occurred, but there are plenty of handshakes going on there, so it's before the deal. Narozny with the chip lead at present. And apologies, I can't quite confirm the position. Just waiting to hear from the team on the ground as to exactly what has been agreed.
He just won 80,000 euros.
Will continue, and I think even if a deal has been agreed, a certain proportion of the prize pool has to be set aside and they play on for the trophy. So we'll try to get confirmation as to the position as soon as I can. Ripping pocket sevens from the button here.
One shot question. He said one guy has to be eliminated for the team, correct?
No. Just when we, if he would say
9 of hearts in the big blind.
Der Deal ist sicher.
Nein, der Deal ist safe. Ist klar, aber wir fangen jetzt auch die 10% an.
Die 10%, aber den gibt's
Don't think this is a decision if a deal hasn't been done, but the fact he's thinking about it would suggest to me a deal probably has been done, and looks like he's going to gamble. And King 9 of hearts against sevens. All clear for Foose on Ace 8-2. Won't want to see a heart on the turn. 10 of spades. And a king on the river. My goodness. So sick. Brutal for Cedric. But has locked up his best recorded live tournament score.
Mein Chef kriegt eine Couch oder bekommt eine Couch rein. Hab dann Urlaub eingereicht, dann hat er gesagt, aber wäre gut, wenn du nachmittags da wärst, dass er die Couch nehmen kann. Das ist vorab besprechen mit dem Management. Ne? Muss er halt anhören. Ja, das kriegst du schon hin.
Low river. So unlucky. Rosny jams on Greco with the ace-2, and he'll get it in with king-7, sub 10 big blinds. Thanks for joining us. And Narozny hits the front, or sorry, extends his lead with the pair of aces, and that is the end of Greco, drawing dead by the turn. And he departs in 5th.
Now we have another new button. 2, 3, 5. Around 2. Okay. Yeah.
And Perez with the ace-10 here in the small blind. He has in the big blind, and gets out of the way with Jack 10, which was in big trouble. Was about in this hand, and Ekla gets out of the way. Yes, it's 4 left in the field now. Please ignore the 6 graphic there at the top.
Deutschland machen, der Rechner. Ja. Ich glaube, die Zeit passt nicht von Lines, hat er gesagt, hat er nicht angepasst, richtig, ja. Oder er wechselt gleich einfach manuell auf 6.
King Jack of diamonds under the gun. And rips it into the middle. And Narozny, ace 10, straight in. Perez with king queen. And gets out of the way. So one of Donansky's kings is gone. And the flush for Donansky, but Narozny with the ace of diamonds. Oh, and queen of diamonds on the turn. Wow. Narozny's run pretty good in some spots today.
Congratulations for reaching the bubble. This is what I meant before you. Yeah, second nuts against nuts. So.
At confirmation, there was a deal. Still waiting for precise figures, but I assume it will have been on ICM lines. And Perez 3X's here from the small blind with ace 3. Jurgen defends the big with queen 10. Trying to get details of the deal here for you. Hopefully we'll get those quickly enough. And top pair for Perez. Cut shot for Ekla. And Ekla will call 1.5 million bet. Picks up a pair on the 10 of diamonds turn. And Perez goes for a pretty chunky bet of 5 million into 7.2. And Ekla gets out of the way. And Perez, ace king on the button.
Yeah, that's so nice. Love it.
to watch out because when you do it all the day, what's the name for fighting? English word for fighting. Sorry, I don't want to be negative, but I have the same. I don't know.
Yes, Heath Ledger Joker impression. Neat. Pretty comfortable chip lead now. And Perez gets out of the way with the dusty 8-3 off. Worse for Narozny now. And no action. Is looking pretty tired now. Nine of hearts. Gets that through.
I think there are the numbers now. Can you read that? Huh? No, it's the new numbers for first, second, and third. No? Oh, okay. Same like before, that's it. Oh, okay. Yeah, I got my glasses. So, yeah.
Hand for Narozny. King Queen in the small blind. 9-6 from Perez. And he makes the call. Top pair for Narozny. And hard to see Perez having much to do with that, and he does get out of the way. Perez raises ace-5 from the small blind, and Jurgen will take a flop with 9-7. Second pair for Jurgen. Perez check folds. Versus 2.5 into 4.2. And starting to stretch into a pretty decent lead here. 80 big blinds, Jürgen on 45. I think Sebastian was on around about 25, 30, something like that. King Queen again in the small blind for Narozny. $27 bigs for Perez. And gets out of the way. Here and folds to a raise from Ekla with King 10, Perez with Queen 6. With an ace in the big blind, definitely getting the best of the card distribution here, three-handed. Fold from Narozny with Queen 9 of clubs. In the small blind, Perez defends 9-6. And Perez eyeing Ekla suspiciously in the face of this big bet on the King 5 paired board, but does get out of the way. For Narozny, raise and take. One-way traffic at the moment. With ace queen. But Nerozny doesn't want to get involved with 10-4 diamonds. Just have 4-2. Give Perez a walk with King Jack. Formation they're playing on for 10% of the prize pool. Still waiting for the specific details of the deal. And Ekla's come in with a 4-bet here with King 10. And Perez gets out of the way with a dominated King 9 of clubs. But yeah, I would guess it was 10% of the prize pool remaining on pretty much close to ICM, which would have meant Nerozny taking the biggest sum at that point. I think Jürgen was second, Perez third. Maybe Nerozny might have persuaded them to give him a wee bit more as the chip leader, but he didn't have a massive advantage. And here we go, Ace Queen against King Queen. Perez with the raise from the small blind. Ekla 3 bets, Perez 4-bet jams. And Perez at risk here. Very strong position. 72% favourite. 10-6-4. Potentially backdoor spades to worry about, but pretty good for Perez. 3 of hearts turn is a great card for him. And the Queen on the river. And that's the double up for Perez. And that puts him into second. Jürgen down to third. Sergey with a healthy lead over the both of them. still playing. Yep, still going strong. Three-handed now. Deal has been agreed. Playing on for 10% of the prize pool. Unfortunately, don't have the specific details of the deal at the moment, but at the time it was struck, Narozhny was the chip leader, so imagine he took the most, and imagine it was pretty close to ICM numbers. And no action for Jürgen with the Cowboys.
Haben wir schon die aktuellen Nummern, also die Zahlen für Platz 1, 2, 3? Platz 1, 2, 3.
2000 something, 3000 something, 5000 something. Was was das?
2, 3, 5. 2, 3 something, 3, 3 something, 5.
2200 something, 3200 something, and 5000 something.
Narozhny opens the button with King 8. Jürgen defends 7-5. Second pair for Jürgen. Not much for Narozhny. Quickly checked through. 2.5 on the turn from Jürgen. And quick fold from Narozhny.
First place is like plus 5700.
Thank you.
Narozhny, and just keeps on stacking chips.
Witzige Story, die du mir mal erzählen kannst, wenn du jetzt nicht einschlafen. Wenn das so richtig bescheuert ist, was ist so deine bescheuertste Poker-Story? Da gibt's doch nichts. Da hat einmal ja, richtig schlecht Barami gehabt. Dann habe ich bei Barcelona, Prag 5-mal mit Asse verloren. In einem Event? Echt in 4 Tage, ja. 1,6. Cash-Game, Turnier, alles. Zweimal im Turnier hintereinander raus mit Assen. Ui. Ich hab den auch in Barcelona.
Through with 8-6 against the dominating King 8 of Perez in the big blind. So good result for him.
Weißt du, geht so los, Final Table, 8, 7 Tagesevent. Und der taucht einfach nicht auf. Also immer nach der zweiten Pause, ich nenne jetzt extra keine
And Narozhny
zweiten Pause war er dann auf einmal da.
will attack these buttons all day long.
Total verschlafen, total verkatert, total verballert. Bis er die Nacht noch ins Stripclub gegangen hat, bis morgen.
Jürgen defends Jack 8.
Und dann einfach den Final Table verpennt. Nicht übel. Nicht übel. Do you have a good poker story?
Narozhny on 6-4-4.
Yeah? Come on. Tell me.
It's 5 for Perez, and Narozhny just Snap folds king 4 in the big blind. And Beres defends the 10-8 of diamonds. Second pair for Beres. Third pair for Ekla. And this could get interesting. Gut shot for Beres as well. Backdoor diamonds. And Beres moves all in. And Beres looking in good shape to send Jürgen to the reel here in third. Queen of diamonds puts Ekla back in front, but Beres has straight draw, flush draw. Plenty of ways to reverse this. But it's the 2 of clubs on the river. And big pot to Ekla. 40 million pot, 68 bigs. And Beres left with fumes, 4.8 million. Wow, unlucky for Sebastian there. Missed everything on the river.
Ich habe die gnädigerweise was König gesetzt in die Richtung. Weil das wirklich stark ist.
Naja, so stark war ich jetzt auch nicht. Aber der Turn, also wirklich, ich fand den Turn gar nicht so unschön.
Ja, da hat die mega Outs gemacht.
No.
For a sec, joking about it, but getting to the stage where, yep, he's going to have to get a few double ups quickly. So Jürgen now actually ahead, slightly ahead of Narozny.
Okay, jetzt haut euch bitte noch gegenseitig raus, dann bin ich zufrieden.
And will defend the ace-2 of clubs. Oh, wow. Straight. And the flush draw for good measure for Narozny. But unfortunately for him, Jürgen's completely missed that one, so won't get any action. They're walking the big blind. $3.5 bigs left behind after paying the big blind in the ante. Dusty 7-4, but is actually ahead of Jurgen's 5-3 of diamonds. And he's going to run with it. So can Jurgen hit here to send us to heads up? Or can Sebastian get a double up? And Jurgen does hit the front with a pair of threes. And the flush draw. Now on the turn. And he's going to need a 7 or a 4 on the river, Perez. But it's the ace of clubs. And well played, Sebastian. Great run from him, third place. And that sets the stage for heads up between Jurgen and Sergey. Looks like they're just going to get straight into it. I've had quite a few breaks recently with the break for deal discussion. $49.8 million, plays 42.3. Those payout figures aren't quite accurate, I'm afraid. A deal has been done playing on for 10% of the prize pool. Was agreed 5-handed, and then Greco and Donansky busted out very quickly after that. 3-handed went on for a wee while there, but logjam broken with Perez being left short and not being able to connect with that last board. And Nerozny picks up a nice hand, first hand of heads up, Queen 10 of diamonds. Pair of sixes. So what, Jurgen's raised to 2 million. Narozny has defended. Wow, what a flop for Narozny. Top pair with the flush draw. Jurgen checks it back. Nine of clubs on the turn. And Narozny will lead out 4 million. Ekla does have a gut shot and makes the call. And 2 of clubs on the river. 2 pair for both players, but Narozny with the best of it. 12.8 million in the middle. Goes for 6 million. And really a bluff catcher here now for Jurgen. And he's going to make the call. And sees the bad news. So, first blow landed by Narozny. On the button, makes it 2 million to go. And ace 10 for Jurgen. Folds, really? Wow. Oh no, sorry, all in and snap fold from Narozny. Yes, that makes a lot more sense. Yes, did not think Jurgen would be folding ace 10. The ace 10 on the button here. Narozny's defended king 7. Ace 4-3 quickly checked through. And Ekla comes in with the delayed c-bet on the 9 turn. But Narozny gets out of the way. Ignore the graphics there, that's not correct in terms of the action. Yeah, sorry, graphics going a bit haywire here. Apologies about that, but Narozny took that pot. Eight four clubs from the button. Narozny defends king 9 in the big blind. And oh, this could spell trouble. Both players with the flush draw. And I think Jürgen has just ripped it in. Narozny's made the call. And Jürgen sees he's in bad shape. 6 for the straight, 8-4. A club, and this is all over. Ten of diamonds. Brick for Jürgen. And title on the line here as we go to the river. And it's the 3 of clubs. And there we go, flush over flush to finish it off. Congratulations, Serhej Narozny. Well played, Jürgen, as well. Fantastic win for those guys. I think Narozny will be taking around about €34,000 after the deal. Looks like he took €28,035 from the deal, and then they were playing on for 10k, split between the top 3, 5.7k for first, 3.4k for second, and just under 2.3k for third. And not quite a new career high score for him, I don't think, but won't be too far off. And he'll get his photo taken. Thanks very much for joining us on YouTube and Twitch, guys. Very much appreciated you sticking with us. Apologies for a few sound problems at the start of the stream and a few issues getting the details of the deal there at the end. But hope you've enjoyed the coverage. And I'm sure these guys are extremely tired after a long, long battle today. But all worth it for Serhej Narozny of Belarus. Last man standing in the German poker days. 300k guaranteed. And very well deserved victory. Can't really think of him making any missteps along the way. And yeah, be sure to check out the upcoming stream schedule for Kings. Plenty of stuff coming up. I've been Richard Hayes. Thanks very much for joining us, and I'll catch you soon.